SecondWavePod.
Battery's already run out on the microphone. Welcome back. UK lockdown rewind inside. If you're locked in, stay locked on. Plague pod's over, but it's still spreading. Yeah, the first complaint has come in already. Last week I was too loud, now I'm too quiet. Keep them coming. Yeah, COVID is still running amok among Mancunians, Czechs and Danish minks, among others. Meanwhile, some big historic times. The US has traded in its big baby for a benign gerontocrat. There's a wider lesson in there for all of us losers, which is don't ever admit defeat. Don't give up. Put on your big boy soft pants and carry on. Because together, with the right snacks, we can achieve anything. Well, not anything, be realistic. We got the usual kind of mess of stuff for you. Catherine Pickard of Sequence Press is going to be joining me for a look inside the world of very professional publishing later, talking about some of our upcoming books. We have promised a guest appearance from Mr. Reza Negarestani and Keith Tilford. We're going to be talking about Urbanomic's first graphic novel, Chronosis. We've got a surprise audio essay package from Mr. Steve Goodman of the Hyperdub. But first, let's have some calls. Call in. You just have to Skype me at Urbanomic and tell me what's going on in your part of the plague. This track is Masonry Pier by Shelley Parker. This one from my man the Proc Fiscal, remix of Jesse Lanza.
Warning. You are now entering a hard pants-free zone.
Yeah, we're back. I can't believe the people are asking for Reza to talk about American politics. Is that really what we want? Have we not heard enough about American politics this week? Let's look at some maps. I'm loading up on the Polish snacks tonight. I've got bee jelly galaretki. That's kind of like a Polish Turkish delight with flavoured jelly inside a plain chocolate coating. And I've got some reversible crackers as well. My dearest dear tracklist crew, this is Swallow by Grapefruit Mace. It's on a great compilation called Spinal Dance.
Urbanomic SecondWavePod.
Alright, it looks like we've got a caller. Let's see if this works. Yeah, who's on the line?
Hey.
You're live on the internet. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Why did I do this? How's it
Yeah,
going?
I'm asking myself the same thing since about 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah, how are
How's
things going in
Second
your neck of the plague woods?
Yeah, pretty good. I am in Lisbon, where things are not so locked down at the moment,
All right.
and there are some big waves to be caught, but it's quite don't know, it's quite
You're just vibing.
far away.
Nice. Have you just did you leave just in time before the lockdown? Or
I
have you
did.
been
I
there
tried
a
to
while?
avoid it.
Yeah.
But
You knew
I
it was
might be-
coming. How could you have
Yeah,
predicted that when
after,
everything
like,
looked so good?
Most 2020 in London, it's kind of needed. In this very like tiny flat with about 1 billion people.
And now it's all good.
Yeah, it's alright.
I'm kind of interested in hearing about how apocalyptic places it seems in other places, because here, well, how would I describe it here? I'd say we're somewhere at the crossroads between eerie and moribund.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's kind of a bit of an English temperament anyway, though, isn't it?
That's true, yeah. But it kind of feels like I don't know. It's sometimes it feels bracingly dystopian, but sometimes it feels distressingly terminal, like it's the last flickering flame of the human race is dying out slowly. But again, that's just being English, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had that mood for most of the years of my life, and I've kind of begun to think that I shouldn't be so lucky that it's going to be the last flickering flame when I'm around. Yeah, I mean, I think like what with it being winter now and stuff, and less like outdoor opportunities, there's a bit of a tougher lockdown ahead. No.
But isn't the idea? I mean, this is UK centric, of course, because not everyone's in lockdown. But I kind of imagine the idea behind going back into lockdown in the UK is so that there isn't a huge riot at Christmas when everyone's like, "How dare you lock us down at Christmas?" It's kind of to get out of the way, which I doubt is going to work.
I think the one sort of thing that Boris Johnson's afraid of doing and actually could threaten his tenure as Prime Minister is ruining Christmas. That would be absolute sacrilege. Yeah. Yeah. He could do almost anything else, but if he ruins Christmas, that will get them out.
Yeah, true. So, what do you have any ideas of what we could do on the Second Wave Pod? Because we've lost Corona Quest now, haven't we? So we need to have like some more regular spots.
Right, yeah. I'm assuming you don't want to put yourself for another choose your own adventure format, though.
Well, yeah, you can imagine just how long it took to develop that. I mean, it was...
Yeah. How about like a sort of chat box, like tune request system thing where... I don't know.
A chat box tune request system. That sounds advanced.
No, because then they get some pretty terrible suggestions. Yeah, I don't know.
Hello. Yeah, sorry, my microphone wasn't on then. Let's play some Lisbon music, is what I was saying. Yeah. Essentially, yeah. And it's good to hear from you. And yeah, just stay out of the UK is my advice. Keep out of the place. Yeah. Cheers for calling, James. See you. Bye.
Thanks again.
This is DJ Marfox on Principe Disco from Lisbon, Cobra Preta.
Well, it's an interesting combination of elements, making him a...
Yeah, so there's two things. One is the level, the other one is the master level, and if you turn that one down, then it turns everything down. Yeah. You're listening to, what else could it be? It's Urbanomic SecondWavePod.
Well, it's an interesting combination of elements, making him a tough little son of a bitch.
When Dallas and Kane are off the ship, I'm senior officer.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
You also forgot the Science Division's basic quarantine law.
No, that I didn't forget.
Oh, I see. You just broke it. Unfortunately, by breaking quarantine, you risk everybody's life.
Maybe I should have left him outside. Maybe I've jeopardized the rest of us, but it was a risk I was willing to take.
It's a pretty big risk. Not exactly out of the manual, is it?
I do take my responsibilities as seriously as you know. You do your job, and let me do mine, yes?
Move! Get out of there!
I'm sitting in a cell, eating junk food all day, nothing else. How's my name Leash and I'm taking all these owls. Summer 2020 really looking like a foul. Been cooking up, taking bare selfies in the house. Trying to get my hair did, wanna do the nails. Wow, times have changed cause I always go in, now I wanna go out. Show out in the car like I put the phone down. Put my clothes on, but for what, really don't count. Segway down the hallway, FIFA on the couch. I can't be bothered to answer the doorbell. Listen, only got one life and trying to live it. The sun is coming out, I'm kinda livid. Mad. But the anything is minor in it. Saying cause we all gotta do the quarantine. Whoa. Do the quarantine. Let me get back like you got the warranty. Come in the care about him and what's her name? Lockdown, what a shame. Now we have it. Quarantine. Whoa. Quarantine. 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 Do the quarantine. Whoa. Quarantine. 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 Do the quarantine.
Yo, Leash.
Hey, yo, busy.
What them a deal with? How them fi do this?
Quarantine.
I can me place what kind of thing this? TV, white rum, banana chips. Keep your distance, please. If you sneeze, man, I squeeze and empty the banana. England, USA, Europe, China. Politics look the world. In a yard man, park, Sabina. 14 days, everybody pan a timer. No party, no club, dog, nothing, no keep them say locking at the house. Alright, alright. Pan the life, man, still have champagne a sip. Round me neck, ice freeze, come me chain a drip. Me not boring in my house. Swing from the bedroom to the couch. Grab her, she said, quarantine, quarantine, the guitar. Do the quarantine. Let me get back like you got the warranty. Come in the care about him and what's her name? Lockdown, what a shame. Now we have it. Quarantine. Whoa. Quarantine. 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 Do the quarantine. Yeah. Quarantine. Quarantine. Yeah. Quarantine. Do the quarantine. Whoa. So why? Screw up on the Twitter. Lunchtime, sunshine, beat through the window. Yes to the summer, won't have it if it is long. Me happy breakfast, make a meal, no iftar. On the Insta, approaching summer, we lock in from the winter. Free up the place, please, help minister. Free up the place, please, prime minister. Do the quarantine. Let me get back like you got the warranty. Come in the care about him and what's her name? Lockdown, what a shame. Now we have it. Quarantine. Whoa. Quarantine. 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 Do the quarantine. Whoa. Quarantine. 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 Do the quarantine. Whoa. Uptown, you better do the quarantine. Downtown, you better do the quarantine. Man can't fly out, can't travel, no money now make the world pass. Do the quarantine.
That was Lady Leisha, Quarantine, and this is Disruptor by Fraxinus. Shout out to Fraxinus. Shout out to Cam and Gabor. Modelling the Plague Pod t-shirts. Remember, you can go get your Plague Pod t-shirts at urbanomic.com. There is still a few left. We've got Xenogothic calling in from up north. Hold tight for that one. Hard track, Fraxinus Disruptor. Yeah. We got Xenogothic on the line.
Hey,
Is
how's
he
it
there?
going? Am I coming? Can you hear me?
What's it like up north?
Up north, it's grim up north.
Yeah.
It's always grim up north.
Well, yeah.
It's actually been all right though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Recently made the move out of London, up north, and it's been nothing but foggy walks for the past month.
Nice.
Much better way to spend quarantine than in a shoebox flat, like as James was saying. Really, I feel like maybe I wonder if that'll be a theme for SecondWavePod.
What, depopulating London?
Yeah, well, just in general, reconnect with past callers who have since had a radical life shift and everyone's in different places, out in the sticks, getting becoming preppers.
Viral downsizing.
Well, exactly.
But hey, you've been busy recently, right? Because far be it from me to plug some other publishers' books on the SecondWavePod, but yeah, you just edited what I think is a really cool book of Mark Fisher's last lecture series on post-capitalist desire.
Yeah, which it's slightly weird that that's now come out. That was what I started to do at the beginning of the last lockdown. We started talking about it as a nice sort of thought it would sort of maybe cheer people up a bit, actually, to just have that out, and then that it came out, and now we're back in another one. So it's maybe that's worked. I don't know, but yeah, that was a nice little lockdown project that's now seen the light of day.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because obviously you must have spent a long time transcribing and editing the text. I really liked reading it because it really has Mark's voice in it. You can really hear him speaking, and you've kept in all of these kind of interactions with the students, which is nice too. And it's just like him pursuing this line of research that he had, he'd managed to find a way to orient all of the different lines that he'd been working on over the years into this vector of post-capitalist desire. And what really comes across to me in the book is what an absolutely difficult problem he had set himself. Like he'd set up the most difficult question you could ask, in a sense.
Yeah, I think so. It's quite it definitely didn't do anything by halves in those final sessions, and from what I've heard, he was only going to get sort of more ambitious in a way. But I think it's been interesting with a lot of the conversations that have already been had around what it was about, people's responses to it being very much about feeling that you really do hear Mark's voice, but getting a much better sense of how he was trying to pull all those threads together.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he's trying to push he's trying to play the devil's advocate as much as possible, and he's saying, except there is no desire outside of capitalism. Capitalism constructs all the desires that we have, and yet that we have to find some way to find a hope of an outside. And it's really interesting to see him kind of struggling with that and pushing his students to struggle with the real difficulty of that question, and the fact that it's not as easy as just suddenly releasing yourself. And it also, of course, goes back to the 60s and the 70s and the counterculture, and tries to look at what went wrong, where the counterculture took a wrong turn. And he's more sympathetic to it than he had been in earlier writings.
Yeah, I feel like I was actually reading something recently that feels quite prescient in a lot of ways. It was an old. I don't know if anyone else has been listening to it, but I've had the new Oneohtrix Point Never album on repeat quite a bit the past week or so, and I found an old review that Mark had written of an old track that Oneohtrix had made. It was like a Chris de Burgh edit of Lady in Red, and VVM had done one as well. Leland Kirby's more irreverent project, and Mark's kind of pulling them both together in orbit of Evan Calder Williams's I can't remember what the book's called now, but he has this concept called salvage punk. And he kind of
Mark had all sorts of different punks, right?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, is it wasn't one of his. So he kind of he nicks this other punk from elsewhere, but the way he talks about it it's talking about it in like 2013, but it's got this really nice sort of resonance that as much as it's like the other this other side of hauntology, not just this melancholic side, but this not just the if hauntology is all about signs, salvage punk's far more concerned with the actual sort of material nature of the objects that it's using. And I feel like, there's a sense that comes across in these lectures where, Mark's moving on from hauntology and he's getting more salvage punk, seeing what he can salvage from, the counterculture, rather than just mourning it.
That concept of salvage also appears in Agnès Guéraud's book, Dialectic of Pop, where she ends up talking about pop as being like Walter Benjamin's rag picker, who's like picking up these bits of culture and stitching them together and making new machines out of them. And that, in a sense, is also in an attempt to avoid melancholy or nostalgia, or regarding pop culture as merely a repetition, a kind of empty repetition, in the way that Adorno sees it, as simply producing in a kind of empty forms. It's a way of positivizing the postmodern situation, I guess, of having to salvage and stitch together what you can find.
Yeah, I wonder if that feels quite powerful, I think, in our present moment too, that sense of salvage. But I wonder if do you feel that with the your, not for me to plug some books by another publisher, but
no, of course not.
There's a sense that these a bunch of the new Urbanomic titles have that similar sense that it feels like you finally had the chance to finish stuff that's been around for a while. Do you feel like you're also salvaging your own sort of like the lost projects that never quite, they found their moment finally?
Well, I don't know about finding the moment. I was really pleased to see someone tweeting that they enjoyed reading Hydroplutonic Kerno, because of all of the things that we've ever published, that was definitely the one where I had the strongest feeling. I always have this feeling, but I have had a very strong feeling that time about who the hell is this book for? Like, who's going to read this? But that's the wager you have to make, I guess. You just kind of get, or it's my nature to get compelled by projects and trapped in them and not be able to escape until they're finished. And in that case, it was like a decade ago that event happened that's chronicled in that book. And the same with Secrets of Creation, which is coming out in December, I think. Is like, there are these very old projects that have kind of been wrapped up by it being put into a publication and documented. And then there are, all of these projects take a long time, and hopefully if Reza lives up to his word and joins us later, and if Keith joins us, we can talk a bit about Chronosis, which is a very long-term project. We've been working on that for like 3 or 4 years, I think, sometimes it felt like it was never going to end. So I think maybe we'll have a group therapy session about that.
I think the name Chronosis has obviously been around for a lot longer then, but do you think that's gonna a term that's gonna take on a new life in the chronosis of coronavirus?
Yeah, it's like the only disease worse than COVID, chronosis.
I think that's what they're going to end up calling long COVID, I reckon.
Yeah, right. Long term. Yeah. Cool. Well, it's lovely to talk to you.
Yeah, as always.
I was trying to bring someone else in here, but I can't remember how to do it. Let's see if we can bring in Matt. Matt's on the line here too. Another Matt, or the other Matt. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you're live on air. I think I've paused the other Matt now. I've forgotten how to use Skype.
Oh wow, okay, I'm on.
Yeah, how you doing?
Is other Matt here as well?
No, I've paused him.
Okay, I'm out of sync with you because I was also listening. How's it doing?
How's Matt doing? Well, he's doing all right. I mean, you could call him and ask him that. How are you doing? That's what I'm more interested in.
I'm also actually part of the coronavirus downsizing. I'm in London right now, but I'm heading out to Newcastle in 2 weeks.
Isn't it more infected in Newcastle than in London?
What, sorry?
Isn't it more infected in Newcastle than in London?
Yeah, but I'm not allowed to see anyone anyway, so it's all going to be about the same.
True. You're expecting a baby, did you say?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's
what a time to be born. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a weird one. So it's like I've been able to avoid coronavirus madness just because we've got so frantically trying to finish up PhD stuff before the big arrives. So,
and you're working on philosophy of mathematics, right?
Yeah, I mean, my lockdown project was just reading all of Cavier's from February.
Right.
It happened to be that I started the read through, and I've pretty much finished it. Like finishing it this week. I've done everything. It's been a wild ride.
And we have a new translation of Cavier's book on logic coming out in January, I believe.
Yeah, how's that popping along?
It's great. My God, it's quite a formidable book, despite its small size. Yeah, it's been very interesting.
I really don't envy you guys for having had to put this together. I've read that book like for 5 times in the last
but
few months.
I mean, he wrote it in a prison camp, didn't he? So you have to give him some credit for that.
Yeah, but he also just has this really particular, like, very, very, very condensed style. Like it's true everywhere, but especially in that book. Like these very long sentences, but that say absolutely like no more, like than they want to say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It feels really like almost any interpretation you do of it always has to like add stuff to the sentences to make them legible.
Right.
But
yeah, that's it.
In the,
That's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting translator's conundrum, because either you're kind of over-interpreting and putting in parentheses and trying to explain what he's saying when you can never really be 100% sure, or you leave it very concise and almost kind of poetic in its dryness. It's incredibly dry. And Knox Peden, who I've been translating it with, has launched a campaign to keep Cavier's concise, and has disallowed most of the interpretative insertions that I've tried to put in. So everyone gets the experience of reading this extremely difficult thinker.
I mean, I think that's somewhat. I'd probably be with Knox's side on this. I mean, of course, I'm a massive nerd for Cavier, but there's something about, because his whole commitment is that thought is movement. That's exactly, like a really big part of Cavier's conception. It's also why the history of mathematics is important, because you see like the passage from one concept to another, and there's something in these like really long, like page-long paragraph sentences that are also super condensed in their expression and almost unintelligible the first time you read them, that you have to like keep going back and then like reading a whole chunk again to try to get into the flow to understand like why this
you're almost entering into his thought process. Yeah, exactly. And you have to do a lot of work to do that. Yeah, but it's worth it. He's quite an incredible innovative thinker.
Yeah, it's also a very referential text, and I think that's really tricky. It's hard for an editor, because have like
it's so hard
interpolations of everything from like constructivist mathematics to Pauline theology to Plotinus, like sometimes in like a few pages, but it's all like totally alluded to, and there's very few citations. And
listen, I think we've done a great job in marketing this book. Thanks very much for helping.
Yeah. No,
Matt, is the other Matt there?
Logic, what's called On Logic in the Theory of Science. It's going to kick your ass. Yeah,
it's going to be an absolute banger. And so, talking of dryness, let's lube up this podcast by playing some more music. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Cheers. Wow. This one, the Pearson sound, called Cobwebs. on Hessel Audio. Coming up, we've got an audio essay on sonic virology from a man like the Code 9. We have the return of Pangolina negrostani. Call in if you're somewhere other than in the UK. Let us know what's going on in the rest of the world. Yeah, hi.
Hey.
You're live on the live on the Wired.
Hey, I'm calling in from the US.
Yes. Congratulations, or whatever. However you feel about it. Congratulations for being able to not watch the news anymore.
Oh yeah.
How's it been?
It's been good to ignore the election.
Mm-hmm. And what's going on? How are you doing? What's the COVID situation?
Well, I live right outside of DC, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been lots of celebration, lots of cheering the end of COVID, hopefully.
Uh-huh. What does it having a new president mean the end of COVID too? You think it's going to be that simple?
Well, if the celebrations in Europe and DC are any indication, hopefully.
Yeah. And what snacks do you have?
Snacks?
Yeah.
We've got Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh yes. Very high energy snack, that is.
Very high energy.
Yeah. And any other news?
No, we're still celebrating in DC. Well, some are.
Yeah. You got some guys who want a recount who've got rifles as well, though, don't you? Which seems a little bit worrying.
Yeah, they want to contest the democratic process, you might say. It's great.
Okay, well, it's good to hear from you.
All right, yeah, you too.
Yeah, cheers. It's a new track by Code 9. That one's called something like what's it called? It's called Cell 3 by Code 9. And we've got a caller here. Oh my god, so many calls. Yeah, who's first? Yes, Enrico.
How you doing, Robin?
Hey, how's it going?
Well, yeah, pretty hectic, honestly. I'm probably the first positive caller on the Flake Pod.
You don't? No way.
Swear to God. Yeah,
you've got it.
I can't believe it. I had the test, like the results today, and I'm positive.
Oh my god!
I'm absolutely asymptomatic, so it's,
really, right?
Yeah.
So you've just been like spreading it to everyone without even suffering.
Honestly, I mean, I'm kind of terrified now. I'm very paranoid, honestly, because you never know who you hit with your virus. So yeah, it's kind of terrifying, but it has been a weird experience with getting tested and all that. Do
you have a lot of tests there? Are they available?
They have like weird delays, so you never know when or how you're gonna get the results and whatever. But it's just all right for now. It feels like the situation is kind of under control, even though the country is absolutely in shambles at the moment. We have like local lockdowns with different levels and red areas and whatnot. So it's pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
But it feels like test-wise, everything is sort of kind of under control, or at least not as dramatic as it could have been.
Yeah. Sorry. Tell the listener where you are.
Right now, I'm in Milano, one of the red zones.
Right. Yeah. So you have like a zoning system, and is there a technological solution in place? Do you have like an app or anything going on?
So we have like contact tracing apps right now in place, but
do they work?
Barely anyone uses it, so
right.
It's like absolutely useless at the moment. But and the red zones are very analogical, so to speak. So they kind of go in like 2 weeks local lockdowns where the virus has spread, and then you're supposed to be released from the lockdown. But we still don't know if that's how it's going to go or if it's actually going to be like that. So it's very, very, very chaotic at the moment.
And how does it feel like out in the streets in general? How would you describe it? Still apocalyptic. I think like when we first spoke to you on the Plague Pod, I remember that was the moment when, I don't know, something kind of clicked for me when you were describing the feeling of being in the middle of that first kind of flashpoint. But yeah, so it still feels chaotic. And
I mean, there was probably the worst thing about this is that the summer was sort of normal. There was like this looming dread that it would come back eventually, but everyone was kind of living it up in a sense. Now it's just like far more apocalyptic than before. Like streets are empty and everything is silent. It feels like also like the people are like actively far more depressed and as if it's never going to go away and this is it. So it's very, very grim at the moment.
Kind of like this, a bit like I was describing about this moribund apocalypticism. Like it's not hysterical and apocalyptic in a kind of Hollywood sense. It's just this kind of ambient fear and kind of fading away of any prospect of things changing very soon.
The thing is that when you were talking about this like moribund apocalypticism, the first thing that came to my mind is that I kind of miss the supermarket frenzies, because at least that was sort of a communal moment of trying to stay strong and survive this thing. Now it's just absolutely no way out. So it feels like there's this acceptance that as long as a vaccine comes along, there is like gonna be like no changing in the situation that we're living right now. So it's I honestly, I'm convinced that a lot of people just are in the mindset that this is it, that this is like normal life now.
Yeah, it seems like it. I think probably one of the faults of the UK government has been in probably trying too hard to avoid that, to avoid people feeling like that. So there's always been like this eagerness to reintroduce hope and to get things moving again, and that obviously has just been completely counterproductive. And now we're looking at the same thing again. It's not good.
Yeah. There's like, at least here in Italy, there was like this war morality in a sense, where the government would keep repeating like this very like war-like slogans about beating the virus and all that. And now it feels like a cheap way to keep people going. So there's also that it's breaking apart. So it's psychologically quite hard.
Hang on, who do we have here? We have someone calling in from Norway, yeah? Hello.
Hello.
Hi. You're calling from Norway?
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah. How is it going in Norway?
Well, interesting what you're saying here. We have Madhill from Norway, Oslo. Yeah. Interesting what you're... Hello.
Hello, yeah. Tell us about the
yeah.
situation there.
As in any other Western country, it's a...
Do go on.
The thing is that every Western country has to balance. They have to balance the restrictions and the effects of the restrictions. I have this feedback now.
Yeah, you need to turn off the stream, whatever you're listening to the stream on, I think.
I have to lock this. Do you hear me better? Sorry.
Urbanomic second wave pod.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Maximum Safe Crew. It's a track called Bless. I got so excited then because hey, we got Reza. Reza's here. Mr. Keith Tilford is here. We're going to talk Chronosis coming up. If you want to have a quick preview, go to the urbanomic.com site and take a look at the pages of Chronosis that have been revealed so far. Spectacular.
I'll lip sit, John. You know for a fact you won't skip this one. I've got a good feeling you'll flip this one. Why's that? Cause I'm a top man. Got nice arms, so it's not top man. 2-2 yaks, so I might chop man. You're a busting, not straight in a sock man. Said you're on war, but you're not on man. I'm a shower man, MC, and you're not man. TBH, I'm not prang. I don't care where you're from, and a girl said I look like Gary Barlow. I said I'd take that. I need a Rocky ASAP. My bar's always Merc, A-class. I've been on this thing from way back. A girl said I look like George, but I didn't have a clue, G. I'm assuming Clooney. I wanna put $2 grand in a fruity. Tonight it's gonna get boozy. You right, me? Tonight it's gonna get boozy. We have it done. fit then. Few gal, are you daft? Bag of man, rack of cash, snack of jacks, pack of fags, bottle of this, bag of that. Few gal, are you daft? Bag of man, rack of cash, snack of jacks, pack of fags, where is it? My mum thinks that Greg's famous. I got vexed neighbours, but paying trainers. I don't spend papers in Ted Bakers, and I don't have a clue who Greg James is. My whole team's full of head cases, and we've down more glasses than Specsavers. And if you think you could compare us to the Dons near us, then you can't hear us. Like, if you think you could compare me to the Dons near me, then you can't hear me. Trust me, Don, you are not scary. I will put a big hole in your Montclerty. And if you think you could compare man to the Dons near man, I don't think so, man. Cause it's window K, it's the window man. Cause I'm a top man, got nice garms like it's not top man. 2-2 yaks so I might chop man. You're a busting nut straight in a sock man. Said you're on war but you're not on man. I'm a shower man MC and you're not man. TBH, I'm not brag. I don't care where you're from and a girl said I look like Gary Barlow. I said I'd take that, I need a Rocky ASAP. My bar's always Merc, A-class. I've been on this thing from way back. A girl said I look like George but I didn't have a clue G. I'm assuming Clooney. I wanna put $2,000 in a fruity. Tonight is gonna get boozy. Cause it's window K.
Yo, fam, just got all played it. It sounds fucking hard, mate. This is gonna be.
Yeah, that's the genius that is Window Kid with Zero. That one's called Boozy. It's gonna get boozy. Are you ready for the Negrostani take on the US election?
I'll never come back here again. Why should I be the one that has to leave? Because I'm the one who killed him.
Don't forget, we've also got some exciting publisher chat with Catherine from Sequence Press, and we've got some extracts from Thomas Moynihan's amazing new book, X-Risk. That's coming up later as well. We've only just started. About another mad one from the Code 9. This one's called Spiral Unlock.
burn. Let it burn. And stay wherever you are, because we have guns and we have tanks.
All right, so yeah, we got Mr. Keith Tilford on the line. Turn off your stream. I don't want to hear myself. That's the last thing I want to hear. Let's see if we can bring in Mr. Negrestani as well.
All right.
So Keith, you're in New York, in the US. You have been up for the last 4 days watching the Fox News, I guess.
Not exactly. It's been a little stressful, but it was a giant party in the streets yesterday, and I guess everywhere. So.
Yeah, I can still hear myself. That's better.
I closed the window.
You closed the window? Was I outside the window? That's scary.
Hello, dear sirs.
Yes, Mr. Negrestani.
The hysterical
Negrestani.
Plague podding person. Yes, the one who predicted that almost 3 million people will die at the end of this. Yes.
And the civil war that you predicted is about to happen too, although for slightly different reasons. But it's all related, isn't it?
If I remember correctly, I only said that militias will rise.
Yeah. Weren't you going to head the Connecticut militia up yourself? That was going to you're going to be the commander.
I don't have my American passport to embark upon such adventures.
Okay, right. Yeah. So, how have you been enjoying the celebrations? Are you celebrating?
Yeah. No. Yes.
When cut by the neck, the sound of winter wind.
No, I mean, yes. I think that to be serious about this.
No. Not too serious,
No. I want to be serious about this.
Go on. Okay.
I think that I am celebrating precisely because, look, since Trump came to presidency, those of us who were outside of U.S., who didn't have the passport, who were part of the so-called, Alibaba mob, where basically we couldn't go anywhere, right? We basically were kept either stay in this continental prison camp or just forfeit your green card, right? As simple as that. I think that people don't understand the trauma that certain kinds of people have gone through throughout this person's presidency. And yes, I would say that yes, I am absolutely celebrating it.
Yeah, absolutely, fair. But what we're celebrating even more than that is that we finally finished Chronosis. The first graphic novel published in the K-Pulp imprint of Urbanomic.
Yes.
And so one of the things I was thinking about with K-Pulp originally was just trying to give some respect to these kind of pulp media and how they can be vehicles for ideas, not just as a kind of content, but in the form as well. And I don't know whether what we've done is a success, a noble failure, or a complete pandemonium, but I'm pretty proud of it. And I think especially Keith ought to be incredibly proud of it's just absolutely spectacular. The artwork is incredible. And although we don't want to give away any of the plot here, I think we're going to talk about some of the ideas behind it and some of the process insofar as we haven't blocked it out because it's too traumatic. Some of the process that went into building it, because it first came out. Keith, remind me, when did it first come out in eFlux? Was it
December or November 2018. So there was a 22-page story that they commissioned.
Yeah, and that was how many pages?
22.
22, and Chronosis is 152 pages long, and it's in full color. And I should also mention the book is going to have, it's got some really fun stuff in the back, like some sketches, early designs, some nerdy discussion about the process that went into making the book. But I don't know, how do you feel about it now, Keith? What are your impressions?
Well, I'm glad to be done with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea, as I'd say in some of the backtext, that it was really going to take this long. It just ended up being extremely tedious. I mean, it's really funny because I've, years I've gotten back into comics, and like I started, following a lot of the creators that I was interested in as a teenager, and they've now been in the industry for 20 years or more. And it's incredible how often I see them complain about how they always thought it was going to get easier to make comics.
They're jaded, yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because each page is really just trying to draw something that you've never drawn before, and then if you're doing all of the extra jobs involved, like inking, coloring, lettering, it's it's no surprise that one page can take up 4 days or more.
So you're really doing three people's job in that book, aren't you? You're doing the penciling, the color, and the lettering. So that's quite a I mean, I've definitely got a new appreciation now when I look at a comic of how much work goes into every single page, that I could like scan across, read a page in 10 seconds, and a couple of days work has gone into that.
Yeah, it's maddening. But I love the form. I mean, it's just something that I never really kind of was able to, I don't know, I guess, grow out of.
Yeah, because you kind of tried to become a real artist, didn't you? But now we've dragged you back to doing comics.
Well, I just got so bored with contemporary art. I mean, it's just not as interesting to me anymore as the history and the form of comics is. I just think there's so much richness in that cultural history that it's worth exploring, and is equally as valid as art with a capital A, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a medium that communicates to a very different audience, I think, than contemporary art.
Yeah, I mean, comics are for everyone, right?
Reza, have you finished making your drink?
Yes.
So you confronted us, Reza, with a Byzantine plot about time. Yes. The whole book is about time.
I think that so I was immature. I think I was immature, so to speak.
Without giving away any too much of the plot.
Yes,
tell us some of
the
fundamental ideas behind it.
Right. I mean, I can. Yes. Look, I mean, the most important thing, you see. So with the eFlux version, Keith and I remember it was. We were both inebriated in a bar. We talked about this project, which is like, we are going to make a cosmologically abstract comic, right? So what it means. So essentially, I think that right now, I think that every sort of comic, to be honest with you, at this point, particularly the Marvel genre, is cosmological. Like, all the superheroes are avatars in the Indic sense, the fallen god, meaning that they represent a little bit of the cosmological forces and a little bit of what is manifest, what is palpable on the earth, right? So, but we wanted to have a little bit more abstractness, a little bit more avatar in the mythic sense to begin with. Like, so the idea of time came as this abstract figure, which is like playing this kind of game, which is highly irregular. But then, as you remember, when you came here to New York, then I can't recall it, but we somehow agreed. I don't know whether we agreed or we forced poor kid to agree with us that maybe we should actually add some real characters to it, like real comics, right?
Yeah.
Because, how about this? Let's create a comic that theory cells can read it and enjoy it. And also, basically, adolescent, teenager readers of comic will also enjoy it.
Right. Yeah.
So
I think this is
that
a really
mixture
important.
was really difficult.
Yeah. And I think it's really important, that idea of not using the pulp medium so as to somehow kind of elevate it into some kind of scholarly status, but to try and obey the rules of the form, but to infiltrate it with something.
And that was a source of attention throughout the ranks.
No, I think it was a productive
sense that I wanted,
in the end, right?
I wanted Stanislav Lem, plus Dostoevsky, plus some other people, and you guys wanted Stan Lee. So essentially, I think that the end product, as you said, it is Stan loves them.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, like Keith has a really comprehensive understanding of the history of comics, but from my point of view, all I came with was just like my love for the comics that I read as a kid, and that I've kind of kept since then. And the things the pages that I always loved were these pages like in Kirby and Ditko, where you have these strange abstract kind of scrolling forms and COVID-like spheres.
Right, pictures which don't even match to the text.
Yeah,
right?
It's just like this kind of cosmic fields.
But the thing is that this is my thing, is that I always fought against Keith, misguidedly, of course. I told him, and he made a very curse at me, which I will never forget. I'm not going to say it on public radio. but nevertheless, this is the thing, is that working with Keith is not working with a regular comic artist, right? Essentially, I always thought that comic is a very not vulgar, but nevertheless not really interesting medium philosophically or from a visual perspective. But Keith convinced me, and actually he managed to counter my position by telling that now you are the one who are in the position of intellectual vulgarity. Because you don't know anything.
He made you his apprentice.
Yes.
What?
Keith, can you?
Yeah. Let's hear the story from the other side, Keith.
Well, to be fair, it was an immense learning experience for me, because as I mentioned in the back, it's like there's like a 15-year gap between me like thinking that this would be a career path for me, and then coming back to it. So I had to really like learn all over again how to draw comics and how to use the tools, and that's like an ongoing process. But kind of like absorbing the history and having like a really having that distance from being a fanboy teenager and like being able to look at the form in a different perspective. It's just it's really incredible to me, like how much of an experimental beast of this form like sets out, like how it's able to synthesize all of these different fields and creative endeavors, from cinema and animation to mythology, science fiction. So yeah, I really had to try to get Reza to sort of to see that, and that's it's not always easy, because I think comics are so, in terms of culture at large, it's a really denigrated form. People just
sure. Is there some kind of way in which the medium, the characteristics of the medium, lend themselves to philosophy, in the sense that for some reason, either because of the history of comics or because of the form itself, it's easy to go from these kind of massive cosmological perspectives and kind of warring cosmic forces into a kind of earthbound story with characters and so on. That's kind of been the strong point
Lord
of comics.
Lord of the Rings kind of scenarios, yes.
Lord of the Rings.
I think that is a threat. No, I mean in the sense that, look, we are always when we are talking about the possible worlds, we are talking about certain kinds of abstract forces, and I think that the entrenched limitations of comic tend to degenerate these cosmic abstract forces, as I was talking about with regard to the idea of Avatar in the Indic sense, in the mythological sense, into Avatar in a very parochial sense.
Yeah, so you have these. You have the figures who are kind of personifications of massive cosmic forces.
So on and so forth. Yeah. Human, and you get it in the same sense in Westworld season 2. Native Americans, humans, artificial intelligence. It's just the same kind of what you might call to be having the same kind of logic. Yeah,
but at the same time as you have these characters, the superhero characters, who obviously they're personifications of various complexes of cosmic forces and philosophical questions always. But then you also have these pages that I referred to before, in which I think Keith was often channeling in Chronosis, these pages which visually invoke the cosmic and the philosophical and the abstract. That's always been well, maybe not always, but from the kind of Silver Age has been a characteristic thing in American comics, at least.
Right. But I think that this is because that Keith, and of course I shouldn't talk on behalf of Keith. I think that precisely because Keith is someone who knows philosophy, who knows history of comic, who knows the history of technique of abstraction, he knows the history of art, so on and so forth. And so he is in a far better situation to create the proper abstraction. Keith?
Well, we'll see.
What do you mean a proper abstraction?
No. I think that you should say, why your vision didn't degenerate into certain kind of, what you might call to be adolescent cosmological view that we usually get in comics, and that's one of the reasons that I do actually don't like comics in general. I think that you did something, you added something that you transcended from that position.
Well, I certainly hope so, I guess. It's, my whole interest in, artistic modernism was really by way of comics. It's I sort of was like weaned off of comics and into artistic modernism because just there's this degree of abstraction that you get when you're trying to sort of produce all of these, cosmic superhero battles, etc., and kind of mainstream superhero comics. That is, it sort of reveals something about the fundamental principles of abstraction that you get in modernism that I was just immediately able to grasp. And then, I just sort of went that direction, thinking that, as a teenager, that I would be an abstract painter, and just kind of didn't look back.
Is this something that comes out of having constraints? Because when Kirby was producing his best work, he was kind of like a craftsman. Like he was working under pressure to produce a certain amount of pages per day, right? These aren't people who have the leisure to sit around and carefully contemplate how they're going to conduct their abstraction.
Right. I mean, Kirby's a really fascinating case. I mean, the metrics on like what I think like, record number of pages produced in a year is like over 1,000, where he's doing like 3 or 4 covers a month. And I think he was able to somehow distill like some of the smaller gestures that you do when you're drawing figures and stuff, and then like kind of scale these up into these bizarre like abstract forms that just kind of enabled him to have like a kind of deadline style where he could quickly configure a page just by using this lexicon of really abstract gestures. It don't even make sense when you are kind of looking at some of his figures, the way that he describes an arm or a leg. It's just, what's really going on there. Things are super rubbery, but it works, and it ends up being like more than just the presentation of the figures there. What's really worthwhile in his work is that configuration of those abstract gestures.
Keith, may I ask you a question? So I'm very well aware of your keenness on the idea of the history of techniques and the history of abstraction, but of course there is also a history of mythology that goes into comics. The battles, right? The battles are always mythological, right? Cosmological in a very Greek, Roman, Persian kind of sense, or Babylonian, like the cosmic forces clash finally. One of the first, I should actually confess, the first comic that I ever read when I was a child was Conan the Barbarian, right? And I fell in love with how do you pronounce it in English? Tulsa Doom? Tulsa Doom?
No idea. I think that's
Tulsa
as good a pronunciation as any.
It's the antagonist of Conan the Barbarian comics, right? So people, the reason that I was interested in this figure in Tulsa Doom, precisely because he's a hybrid figure. So he is part the figure of Zahak Mardouche, the snake-bearing king, basically a king who has grown snakes from his shoulders, and that's basically his, sigil when he goes into the battle. Even in the Conan the Barbarian, the movie, John Milius movie, and Hassan as-Sibah, there is a scene in Conan the Barbarian where basically he says to Arnold Schwarzenegger, who is basically Conan, says that, do you know what real power is? Arnold says no. He says that the real power is not in terms of military or your muscles, he says that it is the call of the word. He says that it's the call of the word. And then there is this girl on top of the castle, and in the movie, he says that, come my child. And the girl falls, basically commits a suicide. And says that, look, shows the corpse, this is the power, this is the real power. So I always really was interested in this idea that comics are certain kind of heretical hybrid cosmogony, like what it means to make a mashup between Kronos and Zeus, between Druj the mother of all abominations, and Zarathustra. This is was really interesting for me when I was a child to read these things, that we can make a mashup of avatars of cosmic forces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm into it. That works for me.
Yes, I know that.
So, I mean, what more can we say?
Boltzmann babies. Everyone
Yeah,
knows
so yeah,
what
tell us a
Boltzmann
bit.
babies are.
Tell us, without giving any spoilers, tell us some stories about the ideas behind Chronosis.
First, I think that you and Keith, as the contributors, the comic, should make certain kind of a snide comments about my use of Boltzmann babies, and then I will say that what Boltzmann babies are.
Okay, you start, Keith.
I have no snide comments yet.
Robin has.
No, we don't. I don't have any snide comments. I think what Rez is referring to is that there was an ongoing debate about to what extent one needed to pre-digest the philosophical ideas before they were presented in comics format.
Yes.
There was a lot of that. I mean,
we did our best.
Yes.
It still might not be the most easily digestible meal, but
I mean, part of me is like, I'm a huge fan of writers like Grant Morrison or Alan Moore, who really have this, they describe a lot, but sometimes it's like what they're trying to describe asks like way too much of the artist, but also it's like at least they're trying to describe. And yeah, that was my gripe with Reza, was that he would throw something in there without explaining it, and I was like, you should explain this.
Yes.
But
I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm truly sorry. But that's the consequence of a collaboration.
But I think it's interesting because I mean there is a specific margin of what you can get away with in comics, which does when you try to enter into the medium and try to write for the medium, you need to kind of inhabit that and use that margin in order to use the genre to its fullest extent. But I think at the same time, there are certain rules as to where you have to kind of keep the reader with you, right? Yeah.
Is it really the case? I mean,
I think there are things
really
that you can.
That only a certain there should be certain constraints in place for you to make a comic. If you violate those kinds of constraints, then you are not making a comic. I would say that, look, we have grifted in the area of literature, movie, philosophy for so long. Why can't we make such a grift movement in the area of comic, making some comic that has no connection, so in whatever sense, with the actual comic, and it still can be called a comic.
But in the same way that you could watch a TV series that was still a TV series, but you wouldn't want to watch it any longer.
People in the art world do it all the time.
Yeah, what people do in the art world is what we don't want to do. I think we are all agreed on that.
Yeah, just that.
Yes, that is true. That is a good point. That is truly a good point. Yes. Okay. Boltzmann babies. So Boltzmann babies. Look, as I mentioned, Keith and I were talking about the idea of time as a hero, as a protagonist of a comic. And I said, I don't know how I sold it, but I told Keith that we are going to go with the Parmenidean rather than Heraclitean idea of time. Time not as temporality, but as a feature of reality in which no one actually lives, right? But nevertheless, most importantly, Boltzmann brain. Boltzmann brain comes with this idea that, think about like this, that essentially, okay, maybe I should go one step to make this a little bit kind of selling point for chronosis. So I have this insomnia, really, which is extremely severe. I was talking to Kristen about this. Essentially, this insomnia is like this, that when I fall asleep, I never actually feel that I have fallen asleep. Literally, I have no perception of me falling asleep. Literally.
You have no perception of the process of going to sleep.
Yes.
Right.
Like literally zero, like as if I have always been awake at night, right? But the thing is that I do fall asleep, right? The only measure that I have on my notebook is when I actually have these extremely lucid and vivid dreams, and I wake up from the dream. So then I tally what happened in dream with what I am now. You know, I'm in this bed in Connecticut, so on and so forth. And then I would say that, oh yes, I finally slept. Otherwise, I don't have any sort of what you might call to be witness or things about that I have ever slept at night, right? You can. So I thought about this when I was trying to come up with idea of chronosis. That I thought about this. How about we actually extend this idea to the idea of living, of life, of experiencing life, right? Life here is the sleep. How can we ever say that we ever experienced it? Right?
This also related to the Bertrand Russell thing about the 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and of course, to Ludwig Boltzmann idea, and of course to Thomas Moynihan X-risk. You see, the only reason that we can ever say that we have been alive to begin with is when we are confronted with the problems of becoming extinct, right? Like waking from a dream and tallying it against your current status, and then say that, oh, I actually had a episode of sleep, but it was just sleeping, right? The same thing you can say it in it. This allegory, I think it can be propagated in different ways. Most importantly, I think that with Boltzmann, we are in a different situation. So as Russell, Boltzmann idea is simply as this: that how can we ever say that we ever lived on this planet? How can we ever say that we had a cognition of who we are in the world, right? Problem here is that what if by certain kinds of physical fluctuations in the cosmos, the kind of consciousness that you have has a false memory? Like you think that you evolved from a long generation of goddamn from plants and inorganic to the human. Well, what if you just basically turned into a conscious agent ex nihilo in less than a second, according to the principles of thermodynamics. And you think that you have always been such a conscious person, such a human, such an agent. And I thought that, okay, this is actually a great idea for a comic.
Yep. Well, this one's going out to Iceland Bob. Brown Jenkins. Keith.
Shall the aspiring blood of Lancaster sink in the ground? I thought it would have mounted. See how my sword weeps for the poor king's death.
Did he have anything to add to that comprehensive explanation of Boltzmann babies?
If any spark of
Do I have anything to add to that? No, that was a little confusing.
Yeah, I think Reza basically covered all bases there.
Yeah.
But let's just say, yeah, if you want to pre-order Chronosis, which is out early next year, you can get it on the Urbanomic website. There's a special edition which has a special variant cover, and it's going to be signed by all involved. But from tomorrow, Monday, you'll also be able to order the normal edition for those who don't want to splash out on the special Virgin black and white variant cover. And yeah, it's been quite a trip working on this with both of you. Silence. Okay, thanks for joining.
Love you. Take care.
We need a rinse out now. Wash your hands.
that's worse than you. Screwface, better than a screwface. Screwface, kill me 1,000 deaths worse than you. Screwface, better than a screwface. Find him your fucking self. Just easy. Screwface, just shoot me. Screwface, give me 1,000 deaths. Screwface, give me 1,000 deaths. Screwface, give me 1,000 deaths worse than you. Screwface, give me 1,000 deaths worse than you. Find him your fucking self. Screwface, better Screwface. Find him your fucking self. 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 Find him your fucking self.
Oh my gosh, this one is off the new Ryan Trainer File on the UK Metaplasm. Incredible work. One before that, Screwface by Eamon Andrews. And the one before that, Amen Brethren, Seekers International, the Ragga Preservation Society. Find it on Bandcamp. One more off the Hyperdub. This is Nazar Yula. And then we're going to hear some audio essay business from Mr. Steve Goodman, who's too shy to come on the show. You're listening to Urbanomic Second Wave Pod, back in the lockdown. Big shout out to the Mr. Code 9. Don't be shy. Shout out to Kay Pickard. She's going to be joining us to talk publishing business and Goodbye Trump later in the show. We've only just started.
Transhumanism during Thermidor. Aristotle, living during the 4th century BC, found himself philosophizing during a time when material conditions did not discernibly change over the course of a human lifetime. So perhaps we can't blame him for assuming that human civilization would look the same in the future as it did in the past. His reasoning was as follows. If all possibilities are to be considered possible only insofar as they have previously been realized, then this also applies to technological discoveries and human knowledge. All discoverable things have already been discovered, all thinkable things previously thought, all forms of government already assessed, all workable feats of engineering tried and tested. In the multitude of years, almost everything has been found out, he concluded. Each art and science has often been developed as far as possible and has again perished. In a thought reminiscent of Plato's innumerable cycles of prior civilizations, Aristotle added that these possibilities have been essayed, not once, nor twice, nor occasionally, but infinitely often. Again, perhaps this was not entirely unreasonable to assume, given that we do not live amongst the ruins or the rubbish heaps of older civilizations with vastly more advanced technologies and capabilities. But if things had been invented several times over the course of the ages, indeed infinitely many times, this means that inquiry is essentially just the rediscovery of past knowledge. We should therefore make the best of what has already been discovered and try to supply defects, Aristotle concluded. And there is a further consequence of such thinking. It also applies that all plausible risks and threats have already been encountered and experienced. By definition, this precludes and prevents thinking about existential risk, since, by definition, no one lives to tell, or even to forget and then rediscover, that particular tale. Without the more developed sense of history that only fully flourished in modernity, reflected in a notion of a future potentially utterly unlike the past, there is no room for thinking of perils or promises that outstrip present and past experience. This is why the ancients, secure in their belief that the future would not present any genuinely new challenges, were not incentivized to predict and prognose in the sense of anticipating unprecedented events undreamt of by the wisdom of the past.
Extract from X-Risk by Thomas Moynihan, which is out right now. An incredible panoramic, sweeping history of how humans came to understand that we might not always be around. So many amazing details and unbelievable historical finds in that book, as anyone who's read Spinal Catastrophism will know. That's Tom's style. Here's Steve Goodman.
Noise.
Audio virology.
Noise. The greatest single disease vector of civilization.
In April 2020, Marcus Buehler, a musician and scientist at MIT, created a model of the vibrational properties of the spike protein SARS-CoV-2, the aspect of COVID-19 that makes it so contagious, allowing the transcoding of aspects of the virus structure into music. The resulting deployment of what sounds like Japanese koto, jangles and chimes, was an ominous burble of noises lurking underneath. Viral counterpoint of the coronavirus spike was a multi-layer algorithmic composition that made objects at the nanoscopic level audible using a technique called transpositional equivalence, in which protein vibrations were brought into the audible spectrum while maintaining the key relative values of vibrations among amino acids.
When we think about proteins, which are really the building blocks of all life on this planet, proteins are made from what we call amino acids, which are little particles encoded by DNA. And if we look at these microscopic, nanoscopic chemical structures, we realize that they're continuously vibrating at certain frequencies. And what we've done in the work, we have calculated these frequencies, these vibrations, and made them audible, and used these audible frequencies to translate the sequence and the structure of these proteins in the coronavirus into musical expression. And what's resulting of that actually is quite complex piece of classical music, which runs for about an hour, 15 minutes, that encodes the entire three-dimensional hierarchical structure of the spike protein, the virus.
For Buehler, aestheticizing the virus offered the potential of some practical antiviral outcomes, making music from, and therefore opening a portal into, the language of proteins. Buehler proposed that sonifying a range of different viruses, their mutations, responses to changes in temperature, etc., could facilitate the comparison and analysis of antibodies with matching melodic or rhythmic structure that could bind to the spike protein. Buehler argued that his musical representation of the virus was more accurate than classical static textbook diagrams that were always unable to display the dynamics of the virus's constant movements and vibrations.
The virus basically tricks the human cells by pretending to be we call it a friendly visitor. He uses a lock and key mechanism to gain entry to the cells.
The relatively benign sounding music doesn't really convey the deadly impacts this particular protein is having on the world. This aspect of the music shows the deceiving nature of the virus, how it hijacks our body to replicate and hurt us along the way. So, the music is a metaphor for this nature of the virus to deceive the host and exploit it for its own multiplication.
How do we understand the language that DNA speaks to design proteins that appear, like I said, in living systems, in pathologies like in viruses? And when we have a way of translating the protein structure into music, we can begin to learn that language. So you can imagine listening to the protein in this virus and beginning to understand how it functions, how it works. Now the human brain can do that, and we can think about creating antibodies that would bind very well to the spike protein to prevent further infections. But another way of doing that is using artificial intelligence. AI is a really powerful tool of teaching an artificial neural network, an artificial brain, if you wish, to speak that language of proteins.
Bueller wasn't the first to make music from killer viruses. Composer Alexandra Pajak, in her 2010 Sounds of HIV, made audible patterns of nucleotides and amino acids transcribed from the AIDS virus. These projects can also be situated amongst formalist trends in generative music based on artificial life research, and more generally, neural networks and machine learning, in which the transposition of evolutionary genetics into sound is fairly routine as a template for automated morphological mutation. Less formalist, and dramatising the dark side of these artificial acoustic agencies through speculating on their weaponisation, Bueller's transpositions also remind us of Swedish sound artist Leif Elgren's sonic fiction CD project, Virulent Images, Virulent Sounds, from 2003. According to Elgren's accompanying text, exactly 1 year after the terrorist attacks of 9/11, an article was published in the New York Daily News announcing leaks from classified reports from the NASA Medical Research Laboratories, detailing new evidence that viral diseases such as AIDS and Ebola could be transmitted by visual channels. The idea was that exposure to microphotography of the virus structures could, through a process of what was described as dematerialization, pass through the retina and the brain, and then emerge as a substantial living virus, entering a destructive relation with certain parts of the body. The fear, of course, that Elgren asked his audience to imagine was the potential such a powerful weapon could have in the hands of terrorists. But Elgren asks, if images can be virulent, can sound be virulent too? Elgren was fascinated by the direct enfolding of audiovisual media onto the body. The CD that accompanied the project was presented with 8 microstructure virographs, obviously published with a health warning, and allegedly contained 8 audio recordings of highly potent viruses: HIV, rabies, influenza, Lassa, mumps, Ebola, Sinombre, and smallpox. According to the sleeve notes, these micro-recordings were carried out in a government laboratory in Tripoli, Libya, and couriered to Sweden on minidisc in January 2002. Elgren's epidemiological sonic fiction concerned the transmission of a biological virus code through the channels of media culture. Its journey and effective transmission of the virus structure through digitized ripples of intensity, a transmedia vector scaling up from viral code through the microbiological to the audiovisual, only to compress into code again. Even without this fictional context of mutant DNA, the sounds were pretty creepy, a chittering yet viscous sonic mutation.
And this passage concerns a virus which occasions biologic alterations in those who survive, and these alterations are genetically conveyed, giving rise to a race of mutants known as the fever freaks. Some of these mutations are favorable and some otherwise. A top government official bluntly warned, virus B23, now loose in our overcrowded cities, is an agent that produces biologic changes in those affected, fatal in many cases, permanent and hereditary in those who survive and become carriers for that strain, which, as a matter of survival, they will spread as far and fast as possible to destroy enemies and quite literally make friends. Junkies, however, are only lightly affected by the virus and remain characteristically unchanged.
This trope of contagious media finds its predecessor in William Burroughs' 1970-1971 text, Electronic Revolution, his tactical manual for the use of audio tape cut-ups to provoke crowd violence, where he asks Riley whether a virus is perhaps simply very small units of sound and image. Perhaps to construct a laboratory virus, we would need both a camera and a sound crew and a biochemist as well. Here, Burroughs initiates what will become a recurrent refrain of the cyberpunk science fiction of the 80s and 90s. The virus as an anomalous entity trading between nature and culture, rendering that distinction irrelevant, as at home in the human animal as it is in machines. One can also feel Burroughs' ideas on cultural viruses with a dash of Spinozism course through the veins of director David Cronenberg, when he proposed that
to understand physical process on Earth requires a revision of the theory that we're all God's creatures, all that Victorian sentiment. It should certainly be extended to encompass disease, viruses and bacteria. Why not? A virus is only doing its job. It's trying to live its life. The fact that it is destroying you doing so is not its fault. It's about trying to understand interrelationships among organisms, even those we perceive as disease. I think most diseases would be very shocked to be considered diseases at all. It's a very negative connotation. For them, it's a triumph. It's all part of trying to reverse the normal understanding of what goes on physically, psychologically and biologically to us.
Departing from a transcendent anthropocentrism, Cronenberg's quote illustrates a common thread in audio virologies, an inversion of polarities, of what is considered positive and negative, and an identification with the virus. In Ishmael Reed's novel Mumbo Jumbo, for example, the central protagonist is the Jess Grew virus, or what Reed calls an anti-plague. This anti-plague takes its name from the proliferation of ragtime songs across radio networks in the US in the early 20th century that just grew, or Jez grew. Jez grew was a particularly interesting cultural contagion because it cured its victims of the rhythmically regressive influence of Eurometric musical civilization. Instead of damaging the body, it could enhance a body's capacity to affect. Jez grew was an anti-plague because it does not cause its host to waste away, but enlivens it. In Reed's fiction, it functioned as a weapon in a battle extended to cosmic proportions, ultimately entailing a contest between carriers of Jez Grew and the Atonists, supporters of the mythology of Western civilization, a clash between black and white magic. The Atonists of the Wallflower Order noted that Jez Grew slips into the radiolas and dictaphones. They therefore monitored media to follow the progress of the epidemic. Moreover, for the Atonists, Jez Grew was an epidemic germ designed for the end of civilization. Since the musical transmission of spiritual traditions such as voodoo that Jez Grew carries remain encrypted from the perspective of the Western episteme, the virus proliferates the side effect of triggering white anxiety over blackness. And yet, like hackers, Reed's African Americans have a distinct bioware customized to read Jez Grew's program as anti-plague. Here, the musically transmitted virus becomes a black secret technology, and Reed's fable becomes an archetype of the Black Atlantic.
It involves prophecy, and it involves conjuring, and it involves dance, and it involves mystery, and it involves painting, and it involves sculpture, and all the arts. It was like multimedia. And these rites were practiced in New Orleans, in our country, in the 19th century. Voodoo is merely a term for all the synthesis that took place in this country when different tribes came together. You see, you had Fons and Fon people and Igbos and Angolans, Dahomians. You know, there was no distinction when people were brought over here, brought over different tribes, and tribes that wouldn't ordinarily come in contact with each other, even in Africa, put all their skills and their mythologies and their art forms together here. And they were influenced by Indians, I understand that when the African gods or spirit Loas were brought here, they were very gentle, but they came up against Indian influence in Haiti, the Haitian Indians, and some became mean. And there were even white influences. For example, Legba is a crossroads symbol in Africa and here. Papa Legba stands at the crossroads, and he stands for the intersection of the real and the real world and the world of the invisibles. Well, this is the same thing as St. Peter does, in a sense. The Afro-American artists have been able to use the processes of this art form, which it really is, and I think take it farther. So you get ragtime, the same process that led to new spirits being created in South America with no antecedents in Africa, led to ragtime here. Read an early anthology by James Weldon Johnson. He said, nobody knows how ragtime came about. It just grew. You see, that's why I have just grew in mumbo jumbo as being a spontaneous rising.
Techno also has its own viral mythology. In the sonic fiction of Detroit techno outfit Underground Resistance, UR, we find one of the most explicit hypostational systems outlining an evolution of rhythmic genetic strains in which colonialism is recast in a sweeping history of racialized population struggle. And like Mumbo Jumbo, it's a war of cosmic proportions. The sleeve notes to the Interstellar Fugitives album developed a kind of virology of rhythm. In a fictional report issued by the Intergalactic Bureau of Investigation, the city of Detroit becomes a rhythm machine, mechanically pulsing waves of rippling intensity across the urban skin, carrying sonic parasites to hijack your nervous system. For UR, these sonic warriors are carriers of a potent R1 mutant gene, and are referred to as
digital Ebola guerrilla operatives with reinforced rhythm awareness capabilities.
Activation of the potential of the mutant genetic strain, similar to Jazz Gru, results in the affective mobilization of populations in dance. The R1 strain is diagnosed as
older than humanity itself and was sequenced into human genetics by probabilities still unknown. R1 communicates through secret coded rhythm patterns based around the drum that is common in all human societies. It should be noted that these rhythms can also be vocalized, expressed through dance or art, and transferred by rhythmically oriented machinery.
In UR's sonic fiction, the Bureau's control mission becomes an immunology. The report continues, describing a dangerous mutation.
In a constant search for ways to combat the ever-increasing evil of the system's programmers, R1 has most recently employed a little-known frightening bioengineered mutant cousin gene that was created during a period of time ranging from the 1400s to the late 1800s in colonized areas throughout the world, and especially in the New World of the Americas. The cousin, which we will call Z for zero, to signify its complete erasure from history, was the result of illicit genetic breeding experiments performed on enslaved human stock of the R1 gene. This Z model was elusive, chameleon-like, unpredictable and final. See the Maroons. And although it could deceptively function within any given society, it would only take true directions from R1 using its enhanced rhythm perception. It could decipher R1 directives from anything ranging from a fieldwork song to the rhythmic flow of a poet's lines to automated modern machinery.
Combining a revisionist black history with science fiction, genetic theory, and ethnomusicology, you are dub history, reversioning it to bring its ghosts to the fore. And yet, in an era in which going viral signifies success, UR's techno-virology throws up many questions, and any celebration of the pandemic of techno over the last few decades is tempered by the whitewashing which this process entails. The rhythmic infection of the white body, infected by movement, but not, according to the report, the African spiritual dimension of the music, coupled with an economic parasitism. And yet, it is clear that for Reed and UR, these sonic fictions, these audio virologies, offer a vehicle for speculation, a means to politicize, strategically co-opt, tactically infiltrate, and sidestep the plague of white supremacy, to counter the autoimmunity and boundary policing of racialized cultural and economic systems resistant to change.
What can we make of this, admittedly partial and disparate, catalogue of audio virologies? Why do we need a concept of cultural infection when more neutral terms are available? In the age of pandemic, with a death toll of 1 million worldwide, is all this just in bad taste? Most of these audio virologies serve as a rhetorical response to the inhuman agency of an environment within which humans find themselves often helpless hosts. At minimum, these sonic fictions dramatize the sense that all is not well. At best, some have argued, inhuman coronavirus has proven capable of achieving what human radicals can only dream of, a global general strike. This music as virus metaphor has been formulated in a number of ways, and around a number of presuppositions relating to code, the concrete effects of abstraction, invisibility, and the latent power of decoding and deterritorialization.
These are not merely songs about viruses. The analogy can take the form of an array of speculative conceptual probes, from Bueller's medical diagnostic tool to a device for analysing cultural evolution, for example the memetics of earworms, through to sonic fictions of virality as an aesthetic method, for example cut up, dub, and remixology, or as a weapon in the battlefields of digital media networks. These sonic fictions often serve to open a dimension where sound and virus share means of incubation, transmission, infection, mutation, and threat. Recently, in an essay for The Quietus, David Toop writes how corona
mirrors the transmission and spread of music, the memory system that flows through boundaries and territories, acting as a virus that continually mutates into spectacular new forms. The difference, of course, is that one is death, the other is life.
And yet, at their most intriguing, these audio virologies often go beyond mere analogy to encompass a weird identification, a transvaluation that inverts polarities from negative to positive, allies with the threat, and attempts to repurpose, to make constructive its destructive energies. While the modus operandi of pop music has always been a proliferation of earworms, it was piracy and a centrality of digital replication which accelerated the contemporary virality of music culture, and the immunal responses of platform capitalism. These days, streaming stats look increasingly like an epidemiological survey. Creepy, avatar-fronted, artificial acoustic agencies haunt platforms as entryist Trojan horses, ushering in an era of algorithmic blandification. Going viral has become a synonym for success. Drawing liberally from theoretical biology, medical epidemiology, software programming, cultural theory, marketing strategy, and cyberpunk science fictions of biohacking that speculated on mutant entities able to inhabit freely the fissures of the nature-culture continuum, such virally tinged discourses peaked in the 1990s. In the 2020s, they have come of age. From a hype economy running on contagious marketing, the viral logic of digital capitalism, and the devastating infrastructural potential of weaponized computer viruses, not to mention Corona, reality has caught up.
What are you incubating today?
Urbanomic second wave pod.
Thanks to Steve Goodman for that audio virology. And this, of course, is Dylan. It's spreading! DJ Spin. Opioids. Hey, we got the real Iceland Bob is on the line. Hi.
Ah, yes. Good evening there, Mr. Mackay, and all you Playpod fans out there.
This isn't Playpod.
Oh, sorry.
This is the Second Wave Pod.
Wave Pod. Oh, sorry.
You've called the wrong number. How's it going?
Well, right now it is nearly 1:45, and I'm sitting here in my underpants. We are going through
Are they soft pants?
Yes, they are very soft and sweaty pants. So,
good.
Yes, the sweat provides an extra layer of COVID protection, you know. So, but yeah, no, we're currently right now. Iceland report is as follows: we're going through another semi-lockdown.
You too.
Where right now all gatherings are reduced to 10.
Rule of 10.
Yeah, because what happened was about 3-4 weeks ago, the numbers were really spiking more than it was way back in April. So unlike before where they were like, oh, you try and keep your distance, it was more, no, they're like, no, you fuckers got to wear a mask now. No exceptions. So basically they've said all sports, all music, all bars, that's all shut. Shops have a limit of 10 except for supermarkets. And if you're in a shop or anything like this, you have to wear a mask, which is being a godsend. Because I work in a record shop, and I don't know if you know, but record buyers are mostly male, hyperfixated idiots, and they don't like being told what to do.
Right.
And yeah, so we say, have you got a mask?
They're all mouth breathers. Mouth breathers.
Oh, oxygen thieves, I call them. So. No, but so you can imagine they're like, this is an oppression against my freedoms, and I'm like,
yeah, right.
Get the fuck out my shop.
Yeah, that's
and
ridiculous.
It feels good.
Yeah. So one of the notable aspects of the lockdown, then not a lockdown, then lockdown again in the UK, has been that each time they have to invent new infantilizing slogans. Do you have any slogans in Iceland? Like we now, our new one is hands, face, space. To remember the three things that everyone has to remember.
Hands, face, space.
And before that it was act like you got it, which I tried to popularize.
We don't quite have that. I'm just going to see which ones we've got here. Our one's like Við erum öllum ykkar. We're all in this together.
Oh yeah. Although we've had that, you see, that was that's like a reuse in the UK, because all in this together was something that was introduced, I believe, by David Cameron when he invented the idea of the big society, which was precisely the same kind of weird infantilizing political talking down to the population, like the big society and everyone could be nice to each other. We're not going to help you. We're not going to help in any way for that to happen, but it's all up to you. You make society big.
Yeah. We all live in a society, but if it all falls apart, then it's your fault. Well, I mean, as Iceland is one of the most capitalist, postmodernist neoliberal countries in the world.
Yeah, really.
So one of the things it has done very well is it's taken all these neoliberal commercials for apps and for telecoms and stuff like this, and what they've done is they've dubbed over it with handsprit, anlåtskrimer, repeatedly, and then what happens is that basically it's like it's not in English. It's like it's not enough just to say it, you've got to do it.
Right.
So it's kind of like a weird form of culture jamming, of like ads to give a different message. And then it gets really weird because then what they do is they then play, because they do have like about 6 or 7 ads, but then, for example, they'll play them all at once, and it's like you look at it, you think like the reality, your reality skin is tearing apart. You're like, what's going on here? My wife was like, what's happening? Am I losing my mind here? I go, is this for COVID? And it's like, when it works, it messes with your brain, but then you realize in Iceland, the big talk this week is that they've had an ad full of horribly naked people, and about how we must not look to ideas of beauty and what media tell us we should do, and social media have these these fake ideas of beauty, and so instead it's a 90-second commercial of people of all shapes and sizes wandering around naked and exercising.
Lovely.
To sell you smartwatches from Iceland's biggest telecommunications company.
Great.
You can't make that shit up. I'll put the link on.
No, please don't.
Well, anyway, but so basically I'm living in my own personal hell right now. So yeah.
But you haven't got it yet.
No, I haven't. 2 of my family members got it. One got one of my nephew, who's about 30, he ended up in hospital for 3 days.
Right.
So well, what it is, he got it wasn't the oxygen thing, but he got a fever, and he still, after 9 days, he still had a fever.
Yeah.
And he basically was taking so much ibuprofen that he had to go in because it was rotting his stomach lining. And he was so dehydrated, so he had to get like special antivirals, and he had to have a saline drip and all this. And what's quite funny is he's also like an esports commentator and player, because Iceland has its own esports channel.
Yeah.
When in the middle of playing what was it, Call of Duty or something? Warzone. His gran rings up and it's like, "Sire, how do I mean? Clark Leader there, how are you feeling?" He's like, "Oh, hi, Gran. Yeah, I'm just live on national TV right now." And she's like, "Oh, okay. But how are you doing? Well, did you get our package?" And of course, naturally, all his friends on TV just ripped into it for an hour. So
superb.
Yeah.
Was his gran playing Call of Duty as well?
No, his gran is, well, basically his gran and his granddad, my in-laws, basically, they're old school Icelandic. So the best way to think is like they're old school conservatives or Republicans. My father-in-law he was a priest for nearly 50 years.
Really?
And he married me and my wife off. It was very nice. He gave us a discount on the fees. And basically what happened was, he has since been retired from the priesthood, and he's been bored, so he's got involved in politics. And put it this way, it's turned out that he is incredibly racist and homophobic, and the whole family's like, "Well, when did this happen? Has he always been this way?" And I'm like, of course, me being the muggle blood non-Icelander who has not lived on the horse farm for 50 years, I'm just looking at him going, "You really didn't see it." The fact that he helped finance, he helped finance the Icelandic translation of a book by this Norwegian journalist called The Muslim Plague. It's like, Michel Houellebecq would have loved it, but this is Iceland living, man, So, and they've never heard of Rian Trainer either, which really sucks. But no. Today for me is all about delving more and more into the weird and the wonderful stuff with regards to magic and chaos, and this whole week's been about Lovecraft, and especially with papers by Patricia McCormack, and looking at what the CCRU did with regards to Lovecraft and stuff like that. So it's Yeah, that's all. That's why I was talking about him in the chat, because I've just been reading all more stuff.
Yeah, so we were talking a bit in the chat during the comic segment about the Alan Moore scripted comics that are kind of drawing on Lovecraft, which I think are really tremendous work. Some of his best work, actually.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, there is an essay in a book that came out in 2013 called Alan Moore and the Gothic Tradition. And obviously, because it's in 2013, it doesn't cover the stuff that he did with regards to Providence. But basically, the title is called A Darker Magic, Heterocosms and Bricolage in Moore's Recent Reworkings of Lovecraft. And the whole point is that, you know, it shows how Lovecraft was doing theory fiction before.
Of course, yeah.
But of course, naturally, of course, the CCI Doom was doing their own thing as well. But of course, Moore just went way beyond it in terms of the meshing and the working, and also just kind of what I would call the meta narrative.
Yeah.
The big picture.
Yeah.
And when you realize that, obviously, from the Courtyard, which was an initial short story.
This one I don't have. It's very difficult to get.
It is difficult, although you technically can get a digital copy on the internet.
Yeah, it's not real.
That's
not a real comic.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what they're hedging their money on these days. Nobody buys comics anymore, so you know, they just watch on you know, they just watch. Yeah, but I mean, this is actually what's quite funny. Everyone laughs at Alan Moore now as this old man who shouts at clouds, but people don't realize that actually, in terms of comics, Alan Moore's creations account for nearly 40% of DC's revenue.
Right. Yeah.
Even to this day, you know. So it's like, you know, people should be getting on their bloody knees and thanking him. But that's a side thing. But
I think with regard to Lovecraft, like the things that people find problematic about Providence and like, whoa, this is like a bit too brutal. They're literally nothing more than him just making explicit what Lovecraft says in a very roundabout and Lovecraftian kind of way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
and that's the whole thing. And also, one of the things that Moore does really well, even more than Grant Morrison, is the way how he treats his readers like adults.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he believes that. Yeah, look, some parts of this is going to be really rough growing, and whether he does it right or not, or the best way, we can argue that, you know.
Yeah.
But he treats his audience like adults that are able to read this, and if they find it very uncomfortable, you know, he's like, okay, well, that's fine. But you do realize that if you do meet humanoid lizard reptilians or the great old ones, it might not be nice. Although, having read, if you read, you know, for example, what I've been reading is the essays by McCormack, especially the one she was doing about Lovecraft through delusio Guattarian gates.
Yeah.
Where she, it's really good. And what it points out here is that she points out that what Joshi, who is a character in this, you know, what Joshi points out is that for the CCRU, for Chaos Magicians, for Moore and so much, it's not his style or his aesthetics, it's the function. It's what Lovecraft's writing does. You know, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so and also she points out, like, you know, if you look at this idea of the recategorization of the human or the dissipation of the human self, for all the characters, you know, most of them are, you know, what we would call like your traditional rational, you know, Enlightenment selves, which is just white Western male. You know, the few female characters that are in his books, they are far more, you know, they're far more, what's the word, embracing of the outside.
Yeah,
you know?
right. Yeah, that's true.
But somebody should really buy Providence for Reza for his birthday, for Christmas.
Yeah, right. He should.
Yes, because like I was mentioning about this idea of this creation of worlds. I mean, because the reality is that the US and UK, the discussion around comics is still either, like you mentioned, just kind of weird, horrible Gamergate style fandom, or you get this really po-faced idea, like, you know, that you can only talk about comics if they're done like books, you know.
Yeah,
But
right. This is what I was trying to allude to when I was saying, you know, my conception of kind of trying to hybridize or to inject philosophy into comics is absolutely like not about trying to elevate comics to some adult or rational or high culture status, because I think when people try to do that, it's terrible. And there's a variety of kind of, let's say, postures of adulthood that you see in comics that are generally betray their adolescent nature by the image that they have of what adulthood is. And it's very true what you say about what Moore does in the Neonomicon and in Providence is it genuinely is an adult treatment of the material. And on the other hand, you know, I'd rather read a juvenile superhero comic than someone who's trying to demonstrate all the time how grown up they are.
Yeah, and what's quite funny with that though is more if you know, I mean, his daughter Leah actually did an interview, you know, about the whole thing of like why is Alan so pissed off, and she explains it.
Yeah.
This is a guy who loves comics, who makes them with his grandkids, who basically got so tired and disillusioned with the whole grimdark shit. He basically made like 1963 is just this pure, lovely, well, just really nice idea of the comics he grew up with. But as you mentioned, you know, in the US especially, but also in the UK, and these, you know, in a lot of Anglo countries, we haven't really gotten past the like base level talk about superheroes. But if you look in someone like France, you know, for better or worse, comics are a full part of the cultural conversation.
Yeah, is it even comparable though? I mean, the tradition there is a different one, isn't it?
It isn't. I mean, the reality is that, you know, if you look at stuff like, you know, from the stuff that came from Metal Hurlant and Humanoids, you know, and some of it was obviously garish, and some of it was obviously quite, you know, pulpy and brutal. I mean, you still had people like Enki Bilal and Pierre Christine. You know, Pierre Christine is a full-on like Marxist academic, almost a communist, and he's right up there making comic books with Bilal. You know, with like the Black Order Brigade and the Hunting Party, which is like an incredible book, like it's like the Death of Stalin comic book, but just like done seriously.
Yeah, I brought Keith back in here. Keith, are you there?
Oh,
hi.
Hi. Yeah.
Hello there, Keith. Hi.
We're talking about comics again. I thought you want to come back because we got a bit lost in Boltzmann in the first time round.
Yes, we got lost in the woody thickets of Boltzmann. Yes.
Yeah, that's all fun though.
What do you think about this this question about comics being adult or being made adult or being kind of you know, represented as being an adult form and given this kind of extra dignity?
Well, you know, there's a sense in which I'm totally okay with that, because if you look at like the, you know, the full history of comics, if you look at underground comics, you know, stuff like Black Hole, Charles you know, the Alan Moore thing, of course he doesn't always win that battle of like trying to make a comic that is more mature, but I think with something like Miracle Man, you know, when he's like taking this older character and trying to like rejuvenate it and give it this like kind of like just like a really dark, grotesque story about like what superhero could be, like kind of fascist superhero, and I think it's done really well, you know. I mean, there's something about mainstream comics which can be really annoying when it does have that just sort of Stan Lee tone to it. And
yeah,
so
but surely like the whole Stan Lee approach in its time was massively innovative, though, wasn't it? Like because that's where you get the whole idea of the hero also being a human and having human flaws.
Oh, I could take this bit. I mean, the whole Stan Lee approach was literally about creating worlds. And obviously there was a whole big argument regarding Stan Lee and who owned what, with people like Steve Ditko and stuff. But if you look at the characters that were created during that time of Marvel, there was like new characters coming out every week. You were talking about them earlier as well, weren't you, about the idea of Kirby, and just this idea of, they were working in kind of a semi-production line, but these guys were given free rein to let their minds just run riot. Some of it worked, well, some of it didn't work, but some of it really did work, And you look nowadays at, in terms of characters, and the last truly great Marvel DC character you could think of was probably something like Wolverine, who came out in the 1980s. And since then, what's happened since then is obviously the corporate side has come in and it's kind of ossified, and people don't want to take like I said, a lot of risks. Of course, naturally, DC did take risks by creating I've forgotten the bloody name of it now. The side imprint, Vertigo.
Yeah.
And that created with the British invasion and stuff like this. But again, you're right. I mean, the whole thing is, if you ask somebody, I mean, I'm going back to my comics course I did at my university. You ask people what comics are and try to define comics, you think that's a simple thing, but it's actually very, very difficult. And also the point is, what can comics do? That's an incredibly powerful thing, because famously, people said, comics are words and pictures. You can do a lot with words and pictures.
Yeah,
you can do things that like prose novels can't do. You can do certain things. And what's good with that is, like, yes, you can have what I call the Chris Ware syndrome. Where they have these kind of comics where they kind of look like art movies or mumblecore movies done to but done in comic form.
Yeah.
And you're like, I've just paid 30 quid for this, and it's like, well, there's nothing really that's gripping me, but it's in a comic form.
Yeah.
Well,
but
I happen to think Chris Ware is quite brilliant. I mean, he's a in a sense,
Yes, yeah.
That's comics formalism. Like, it's not, he's not really concerned about comics being the combination of words and pictures, except in the fact that, like, he does pay quite a bit of attention to lettering and design in that sense. But I mean, that's because he's really more interested, I think, in like the formalization of like what comics can sort of do. And it's like, when their essential medium is not time, like cinema would be, but it's space, because you have the gap between the panels and like sorts of different things.
Right. It might be worth mentioning here that we have this really interesting essay up on the Urbanomic site by Tristan Garcia, who wrote his master's thesis on comics and video games and the spatiality and temporality of those forms. And he has a lot of interesting things to say about this, what the form is capable of, what the space between the panels means ontologically, I guess, for what can take place in comics. I suppose my question would be about philosophy in comics, because kind of that was the experiment that we entered into with Chronosis, is can the comic form serve as a way to communicate new concepts to an audience? Because very often I guess it's communicating the same concepts over and over again, which are the ones that are kind of the tradition.
It's what they call the eternal present.
Or it tends to be like the very boring, like moral and ethical sort of paradigms that play out in philosophy. You get a just really watered down version of this, and the sort of traumas that superheroes go through when their daily lives and trying to save people, etc.
I think for me personally, it goes back to the ideas of mediums and philosophy. So for example, if you look at, say, cinema with philosophy, and you look at Stanley Cavell and stuff like this, where they argue like, well, okay, you've got, first of all, you've got films that have maybe a concept or a philosophical concept to drive the plot, you know, or that, you know, that talk about maybe say like, you know, Total Recall in the sense of like identity and self. And then you got films that are about philosophers, and then you get films that actively do philosophy, and some do and some don't, you know. And this is, like you said, this is the things that now for me interest me more. I think in essence, I think some comics do it in a sense. For me, I think more kind of does it in terms of concepts, but you know, maybe with a lot of his lesser known stuff, because like, for example, like I wrote a paper as kind of a passive aggressive fuck you to my teacher, because she marked me down in a class exam. So I wrote a BA thesis on Alan Moore, and so she had to read it. But though I argue that like not just obviously with his well-known stuff, like like with Swamp Thing and stuff like this, but you look at his stuff where he did like The Birth Call and stuff like this, which were actually not only comics, but they were actually performance art pieces as magical rituals. And these things, which culminates in stuff like Promethea, lays out his grand cosmology. It lays out kind of his thoughts on magic, art, and he lays out his what he calls his idea space.
Yeah,
you know, that's his big concept. And
that's what Rez is doing with Chronosis. He's trying to capture us, magically capture us into his idea, into his Parmenidean idea space.
Yeah,
Keith,
exactly.
Keith, as an artist, just quickly, because I've got other people waiting to come and talk.
Tell them to wait. God damn it!
Yeah.
I'm having a good time.
Well, but I've also got to go to sleep at some point. I think we're nerding out too much. Well, I mean, I'm not a comics nerd. I just have like a few comics that I love. So you're leaving me way behind. But as an artist, as a practitioner, and someone who's written philosophy, who reads philosophy, where do you see the intersection happening? Where do you feel that they kind of feed each other?
I mean, I would really have to think about that. I mean, it's because it's, you know, it's typically a collaboration between artist and writer. You don't often have the artist taking on all of those tasks, right?
Yeah,
but
sure.
It's the, you know, that space where you're trying to bring an image to a concept is like, you know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm interested in is, you know, apart from the idea of kind of putting philosophical content into the form, what can you do with the form itself that kind of mobilizes concepts or mobilizes different ways of seeing the world, I suppose?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the technical lineage of comics, that there's something analogous to, say, the development of concept and form in modern mathematics, right? Like the way that the way that these, you know, this cosmic play of forces and forms sort of plays out in the trajectory of like mainstream superhero comics, you really get like a, you know, an expansion of the landscape and a different, you know, a construction of like different worlds through how different artists approach what it means to attempt to formalize specific concepts. And then these tend to be like, you know, different formal trajectories that then sort of interlap and different artists try to synthesize and elaborate on. And that's what's really interesting to me.
Right. So there's a collective process at work there as well.
Yeah, it's a continuum. Yeah. You know, it's not so easy to. I mean, if you look at comics today, it's like it is really vast stylistically, but you know, you can also really examine it by how these different formalizations have sort of impacted each other over time.
Are there kind of like watershed moments, like this, something happens and everyone realizes, oh, you can do that, and then there's no going back? Or is it more gradual?
I mean, like a good example would just be, well, I mean, this changes according to printing technologies too. I mean, I think you know, in the 80s, you have like, you know, really amazing artists like Walt Simonson, who designs are like super flat. You know, it's like he's drawing for the the capabilities and capacities of like the printing technologies at the time, right? Where when they're coloring something, it's like, you know, it's not digital. Like someone has to go in and cut all those things out and like place it in, and he's trying to be as like two-dimensional as possible, I guess you could say. But like into the late 80s and 90s, like the printing technology starts to get better. I think artists like George Perez, Michael Golden, you know, really started to inject like noise into comics by doing like what in the industry they call noodling, which I'm kind of a fan of, you know, because it's ingrained in me.
What's that? What's noodling?
Well, noodling is just you're adding a bunch of line work and information that it like is really kind of superfluous to like the story, but is like the, you know, the embellishment of the form. But then like you also get other things that enter into that, like how do you describe like background noise? You know, it's like you could. There's all kinds of different techniques that sort of like get mixed together and synthesized like through this, and the form starts to change like in the 90s because, you know, artists are able to add more information to the page essentially because the printing technology is better.
Whereas before, I mean, a lot of the classic style was based on artists coping with the shortcomings of the form, right? With the the color process,
color printing, stuff like this, and also the fact is the quality of the paper and the quality of inks were pretty bad. And so now, of course, you know, I mean, you were talking about George Perez and stuff. I mean, in terms of British people, I mean, for me, you look at types of who mesh those two things. Artists like Frank Quietly, who do very nice, clean lines, but adds a lot of textured line detail into his people and his drawings, you know, and you can see this like just like a simple like shot of like a room just has so much detail to it, you know, and that comes from like a tradition of underground comics. But, but now because the printing techniques, you can actually do that not just on short runs, but on proper large scale, you know, stuff. So like his work with Flex Mentallo and much of other stuff.
Also, like who would want to? I mean, because he's coming from like that Jeff Darrow lineage where it's like there's this insane amount of detail and it's all like one line weight to describe everything, and it's just it's crazy.
I mean, for me, I think in terms of comics, I mean the problem here is like you said, you know, what we call the dominant mode of like comics writing, storytelling right now, and especially for a lot of people, like even with what we call the quote unquote independent publishers, you know, it's still, you know, how would you describe it? It's still very much sense of like very kind of blockbuster driven science fiction style stuff. For me, the stuff that really interests me, and this is going back again to Moore because he did point this, but also stuff like it's the paratextual idea. So not just within the work itself, which is a bricolage of ideas, like he did with the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but also like possibilities. For example, if you look at Southland Tales, when people saw Southland Tales, the film, a lot of people were like, I don't get this, you know, because this, but what people forget is that there was actually a graphic novel that came out at the same time that gives clues. So it's, so for me, it's kind of more like building worlds through various different forms of, you know, different forms of formats. You know, so for example, you've got these kind of like literary comic book style games that people are playing. They're very Japanese, you know, so it's kind of mixing games and graphic novels and literary prose writing and stuff like this to creating these immersive worlds. And for me, that kind of stuff, you know, is like, it's taking a little bit of what Moore and others have done, but kind of like putting more, thinking more of the type of the medium itself rather than the style. That stuff is really interesting me at the moment because, like you said, it's mixing things like graphic novels with games, and that stuff has become really quite big as well as with also things like alternate reality games as well.
Yeah, Keith talks a little bit. Keith, you talk a bit in the text in the back of Chronosis about this, don't you? About how comics have kind of absorbed formal innovations from video games, from cinema, so it kind of becomes this this hybrid form that can do all of these different things that these media can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's really clear early on that it's like borrowing from early animation and cinema, but then like once you get into the 90s, 80s, 90s, say, and there's more access to Western audiences to manga and anime and video games especially. It's like the software that's being innovated by these computer scientists to like do the effects of these comics like within video games has this weird generative feedback effect on how illustrators approach the form again, and like even now.
Yeah. So it produces new ways of seeing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, Robin, I've noticed that people are looking on the chat going, we want other people on. Boo, comics nerds, get them off.
No, not at all. We've got infinite time.
Anyway,
yeah.
But, maybe it's time to bring out the vaudevillian hook and bring us off stage.
Well, look, why don't you sign off with some Icelandic health slogans? Because I like the sound of those.
Well, okay, well, takk fyrir að tala við okkar fólkið og við segjum við erum það okkar ríkið og já, COVID-19 don't get it.
Great. Cool. Thanks. And thanks for coming back on, Keith.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Cheers. And don't forget, people, Chronosis is available now. Pre-order. If you don't want to pre-order the special edition, come back on Monday, tomorrow. I'll put up a link to pre-order the normal edition. But hey, comics cost a lot of money to print, so come and pre-order. Help us out. Thanks very much to Iceland Bob and Keith. I'm going to talk to Captain Catherine Pickard in New York, celebrating in a bar in New York soon. But first of all, I think I have, we've got a report coming in from the hospital in New York. I think there's a field recording. Yeah, I'm going to go to that right now.
Dr. Octagon, please come to the office. Come now. Oh, fuck. Patient just died in room 105. Cirrhosis of the eye. Nurse, come in, please. Where are you? Fuck it, he's dead. Oh shit, there's a horse in the hospital.
My dream last night was about Alibaba with the 40 thieves. Tom, the piper's son, he was there with me. I rode through a valley with a princess by my side. The Duke and the Duchess was there to meet me with a smile. Alice was there in Wonderland, staring far away. The three blind mice was there with me to tell the teddy bear the tale. The teddy bear came smiling there with a big smile. The little Bo Peep has lost her sheep last night. Dream last night about Alibaba with the 40 thieves. Tom, the piper's son, he was there with me. I rode through the valley with the princess by my side. The Duke and the Duchess did a reggae last night. Dream last night was about Alibaba with the 40 thieves. Tom, the piper's son, he was there with me. I rode through the valley with the princess by my side. I did the reggae last night with the princess, my bride. The Duke and the Duchess was there with me to meet me with a smile. Alice was there in a wonderland, staring far away. I did the reggae last night. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Do the reggae last night.
Urbanomic second wave.
Cooley G on Hyperdub Nocturnal. You're listening to the Urbanomic Second Wave Pod. Moving into the sleepy segment. One of the books that's really exciting for next spring is Gabriel Catron's book, Plerimatica. I've been trying to get Gabriel to publish a book with us for many years now, because around the time of speculative realism, he was kind of the missing star of speculative realism, I think. And a really interesting take on it, because Gabriel refuses to renounce transcendental philosophy, and so yeah, the book is going to be coming out in spring. It's really fantastic, and someone was asking on Twitter, I'm sorry I forgot who you are, but you were asking for a reading, so I made a short reading of Plerimatica earlier. Yeah, so just from this opening section you can tell what an incredibly ambitious work of philosophy it is. And remember, Gabriel has to hold down his job as a quantum physicist. That's his day job. So it's taken a while to write the book. A suspended scenario, the phantasmal arc between the constellations of the sea, a senseless task to abolish chance, and a methodical patience, word for word. This absolutely modern scene will be submerged in the phenomenodelic solution. Instead of any catastrophic pathos, the shipwreck invoked in Mallarmé's coup de dé shall denote the ship's immersion in an atonal daydream. All phenomena, storms, UFOs, symmetries, shall form a part of the same impersonal hallucination. The maître, tempering and tanning himself at the top of the mast, drugged up, drunk with seasickness, vomiting, will have done with all melancholic lethargy and throw the dice. Let's begin with an inescapable fact. Let's begin with an inescapable fact. We have passed through an exquisite and unforgettable crisis in our foundations. Let's begin with an inescapable fact. We have passed through an exquisite and unforgettable crisis in our foundations. The ground has been compromised. Beginning with the Copernican decentralization of the Earth on the one hand, and the Galilean indiscernibility between uniform motion and rest on the other, we have passed through a multitude of relativizations and ungroundings that continue to undermine the pre-modern forms of building, dwelling, and thinking. An abyssal landscape emerges within modern cosmology, that of a centerless, boundless, and groundless universe. It is characterized by spatial and temporal vastness, darkness, emptiness, and silence. It harbors cataclysmic events, stars going supernova, galaxies whirling around supermassive black holes. It displays a sheer, blind indifference to human values, meanings, and projects. Measured in relation to such cosmic scales, the history of life and intelligence on Earth seems insignificant. The 19th century sees a crisis in verse, the shipwreck of meter, or, more generally, of any master signifier, in favour of free verse. Darwinism animalizes the human race and reveals its historical contingency. Mathematics undergoes a crisis in its foundations. Its fundamental axioms proliferate and are relativized, and their logical and set theoretical bases are called into question in turn. Music undergoes a crisis in tonality. The Cartesian subject becomes unheimlich. The maître, being itself as the last self-grounded instance of experience, is displaced. Relativity dynamizes the spatio-temporal background, Quantum mechanics appears to dissolve classical ontologic into a new contextualist epistemology. And last but not least, techno-capitalism devastates planet Earth. All of these crises signal the same pre-modern scene drawing to a close in different ways. In each case, a purported last instance, be it planetary, subjective, axiomatic, geometric, set theoretical, logical, etc., is subtracted from the dynamics of the corresponding field. An immobile Earth is the condition of possibility of all rest and movement, or else a supposedly universal perspective or point of reference, a standard meter or an archi-perspective, is decentered, dynamized, relativized, repositioned, existentialized, or else suspended between a multiplicity of other, equally valid grounds or points of view. In its attempts to cope with the trauma inflicted by modern science, mankind exacerbated the originary malady of separation and estrangement. In an attempt to counteract its cosmic insignificance, it gave in to the horror of appropriation and consumerism, Promethean voluntarism, neoliberal individualism, of private property, of relativism, and its collective multicultural or multinatural versions, of the theomaniacal hypostasis of its transcendental type, of colonial exploitation, of the domination of nature, of the conquest of space and time. The pre-critical conflation of scientific objectivity, which is just a typed form of universality, and an unrestricted universality, is the condition of possibility for colonialism and imperialism, that is to say, of the illegitimate hypostasis of a certain type of subjectivity, e.g., that of the white European man. Appropriation as the denial of the inappropriable otherness of every other, human, animal, vegetable, mineral. The madness of the statement, "this is mine," and its ultimate hypostasis, "this is me," is separation, isolation, closure of the possibility of a fraternity, absence of another, of a living brother, whatever his transcendental type may be, to be with, the impossibility of love that would re-ligate. As Hegel argued, the position of the master is an existential impasse, since it lacks another to recognize it as master. For what is the recognition of a slave, of someone the master himself does not recognize as a subject, worth? Techne, linguistic, conceptual, technological, etc., as properly speculative potential of mediating word for word, patiently, always failing, but always failing better. The limits of always finite experience become potestas, power over, will of the human being's verticalist power over nature, illusion of a possible life deligated from life, the Promethean and dogmatic negation of finitude of death, of castration, of the real which makes an impasse. Properly modern psychosis. Should the unfolding of modern science and the attendant terrible battle against this nasty old archy-plumage struck down, happily, God, the sweeping away of the hyper-transcendent and archy-feathered God necessarily lead to a disenchanted, nostalgic or melancholic nihilism and the Promethean hubris of appropriation and voluntarist heroism? Or might there be religious potential within modern science, that of a strictly modern religion capable of providing the existential resources that would make it possible to endure exposure to the light, to the stress and pain that is existence, that would make it possible to be united with the mother, to be united with the tribes, without possible salvation but rather self-curing in the imminent life, that would make it possible to live a life guided by infinite ideas, justice, truth, beauty, love, thereby placing life in the service of life, becoming servants of the life force? Our anguish, melancholy, desperation, the horror, the only affects that are synchronic with modern science? Are the sacrilegious hubris of appropriation, private property, colonialist extractivism, technology as domination of nature, the conquest of space, and the consequent expansion of the disease of separation, the only possible reactions to the anguish triggered by modern science? Or would it be possible to bring about a distinctly modern synthesis, one faithful to the Enlightenment, post-critical and contemporary with modern science as the infinite project of finite reason, between science and religion? listening to Urbanomic's SecondWavePod on day 4. This is Alicia Crampton's Spring of Wound off her incredible release Okarara from earlier this year. And before that you were listening to some extracts from the introduction to Gabriel Catran's book Plurimatica, or Elsinore's Trance, translated by Thomas Murphy, a phenomenodelic adventure of ideas that's coming out on Urbanomic and Sequence Press early in 2021. But I tell you what's out now. X-Risk.
Thomas Wright had previously deemed it most probable that the space between Mars and Jupiter houses the splintered debris of a former planet. As we have seen, though, Wright was confident that in a maximally populated universe, such disasters are morally trifling. A few decades later, and with d'Holbach making the case for the cosmic fragility of life and the dependency of species upon their parent planet, such a gap so relatively close to Earth began to play upon people's minds. By the early 1800s, moreover, the discoveries of asteroids and protoplanets, such as Pallas, Juno and Vesta, began to upset time-honoured notions of our solar system's harmonic balance and immaculate design. With the discovery of such wandering objects, seemingly the fragments of lost planets, the solar system now seemed more like a junk heap of ruinous remains. As a result, where Galileo had in the 1600s spurned the idea of a dead world, in 1802, German astronomer Heinrich Wilhelm Matthias Olbers was able to hypothesize that the Mars-Jupiter asteroid belt in fact constitutes the remnants scattered across 100 million miles of a shattered planet, which he named Phaeton. If it had been inhabited, and d'Holbach was right that animals are unique in their planet of origin, then this seemed like evidence of an astronomical tragedy right next door. This awe-inspiring idea of a circumstellar halo of planet shrapnel became a hot topic, sending shockwaves throughout the wider culture. Sensing a change in the cosmic order, poets soon began to wax lyrical on the image of great ruinous dream of broken worlds tumbling through heaven, of bursten worlds and the brazen pinions vast of planets shipwrecked. From Lord Byron's quill, we receive a vision of the burning wreck of a demolished world, a wandering hell in eternal space. Another writer refers to yon portentous wreck twixt Mars and Jove that rolls in fragments, once a sister world. Portentous indeed, because if such a cosmic cataclysm had happened over there, why not over here? The political theorist William Godwin was particularly horrified by the implications of this catastrophe on our cosmic doorstep. How does this correspond with the goodness of God, which he asked, which will suffer no mass of matter in his creation unoccupied? But the plenitude-coddled world view espoused by Godwin was inexorably, piece by piece, being replaced by the depersonalized views of science. Cold ciphers were now assigned where moral biases once prevailed. The Franco-Italian mathematician Lagrange, responding to Olbers, wrote that he was curious to find out what would be the explosive force necessary to break open a planet, and in 1812 set to work crunching the numbers. The following year, Scottish poet Thomas Campbell wrote to astronomer William Herschel, an authority in cosmological matters, asking for his opinion on the topic. In reply, Herschel admitted that he thought by no means that the universe was secured from the chance of sudden losses. Within 10 years, Campbell would go on to write one of the first literary treatments of the last man, initiating a short craze for narratives, exploring what it would be like to be the final representative of the human species. Gradually, yet with increasing momentum, complacent confidence was crumbling. Cosmic nonchalance was no longer the only game in town. Olbers' theory was already a far cry from earlier visions of the interminable habitability of the cosmos. He saw the asteroid belt as a yawning gap in nature's populous expanse. And this gap, a place where moral beings could have existed, but evidently never can now, was no small lesion in nature's record of full habitability. It was a yawning chasm the size of a missing planet. It was no longer plausible to insist that nature was as habitable and full of living creatures as it possibly can be. The optimism of plenitude was now in short supply.
Thomas Moynihan reading from his book X-Risk, How Humanity Discovered Its Own Extinction. And this is a track by TCF, the title of which I am not going to try to recite. And thanks very much to Herman Polsus, who sent the track that you heard together with the reading from Gabriel Catren called Bintax. Herman Polsus. And thanks to Emily for the coffee. If you look on the link, you can buy me a coffee. You can donate to Urbanomic for all of our good work, expanding and or distorting your mind. We're just over 5 hours now, so it's just an average day on SecondWavePod.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fletcher.
Good afternoon.
Caught your interview on the morning show. Your new book sounds terrific.
Well, thank you. Believe me, Mr. Phelps, it's a lot easier to write a book than to promote it. Tonight on Murder, She Wrote.
Al, you're killing me. Look, all we're talking is another 5,000 copies. End of the month. You have my word. Al, why don't you let me worry about the paper suppliers? You stick to the printing and the binding, okay? Okay, thanks, buddy. Yeah, you're a prince. Bastard.
Spare me, Ross. It's all smoke. The blockbuster titles, the name writers coming back.
Lynette.
Please.
I'm bringing back the man who started the company.
He's in jail for murder.
Mr. McKay, I'm sorry. One of our paper suppliers is on line 4. They're refusing delivery unless they get a check.
Tell him to hold.
And again, on the bottom of page 234, it feels as if you're rushing the scene. Let it run its course. Well, that's about it, Mr. Nolan. I don't know what's going to be happening here, but my advice is to find another publisher. You're too good, and so is your book.
Excuse me. Mr. McKay, your meeting?
Tell them to wait.
Yes, sir.
Yes, some exciting insights into the world of very professional publishing, and we're about to be joined by Catherine Pickard of our sister press
Bringing back the man
to
who started the
talk
company.
about
Preston Giles. He's in jail for murder.
what we're doing.
On Murder, She Wrote.
Start with JB.
Oh my god, this is crazy. Catherine, you have to wait for your intro.
Hey, look, Ma! I got a fuego! Take scares away. Worries for another day. Let the music play.
Yeah, hey, we can hear you. KP.
Down at Fraggle Rock.
How's it going, Fraggle?
Oh man, what an intro. Thank you, sir.
You've been out celebrating your new president.
No, nothing like that.
Just
that was
celebrating.
yesterday.
Oh,
That was
okay.
yesterday.
Yeah.
That was a single day event.
Okay.
And we're not celebrating a new president, by the way. We're celebrating the old president.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know how you extracted that audio. I don't know what kind of rights you had to pay for that. It was worth every
astronomical.
penny.
Yeah. Well, I'll be sending you half of the invoice. We share everything.
Yeah, I handle all the contracts and
So
royalties.
we've been talking about all sorts of exciting forthcoming attractions. Cavaliers, Chronosis. I think we've managed to put people off by most of them, but there may be a few others that we need to talk about. Read a little extract from Gabrielle Catron's book, which is very exciting.
Oh, wonderful.
Looking forward to that one.
And, well, I will just say that I wasn't put off at all. It was nice to hear from especially Keith.
Yeah.
And,
oh my God,
Reza.
how Keith has laboured over that artwork. Incredible.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, tell me more, catch me up, bring me up to speed.
Well, we've just been here for just like 5 hours talking about comics and can't really remember what else. Play some music, the usual kind of stuff. But everyone's just been.
Now
I mean,
it's
people
bedtime.
have been waiting
for the bedtime story.
Everyone's been waiting for you to come on. Like they're saying to me, even if we have to wait for 9 hours, then that's fine because we want to hear what Catherine's got to say about the exciting world of professional publishing in New York.
Well, I can hear ice cubes.
Yeah, I'm doing it Reza style. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a big part of the. There's something that's called the publisher's lunch, which is now it's sort of expanded into every meal.
Yeah. So what have you been negotiating recently? Actually, there have been we've got a lot of interesting stuff that's come out, haven't we? Because I definitely have an actual physical copy of a Spanish Fanged Noumena. I know there are others happening. There's stuff that appears all around the world eventually.
Yeah, we have some new translation rights on the horizon, so that means that we can all cross-check each other's references to make sure that we're, the universe is black and.
That's the exciting part, yeah.
The black universe. Yeah, what can I
This is a tremendously exciting conversation, isn't it?
Yeah,
people must be on the edge of their seat. I'm just going to have some noodles.
No, but there was. Go ahead, ask me a question and I'll answer.
I was just going to ask you, what's it like in a bar in New York? What is it like right now? Because it's kind of like
right now it's just friends and family.
Or what? You're only allowed to take your friends and family with you?
Yeah. Okay. And unless you, it's sort of the last gasp here. It's like the last laughs that we're gonna have before the winter sets in. But there have been some amazing scenes around the city the last few days, and so nothing to take for granted. But on my way home, I did see someone bike into a police stanchion.
Straight into it.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's always, and he was carrying a paper bag filled with milkshakes. This is not a joke. Not a joke. It was sad. It was a sad way to end my evening.
Sounds pretty funny, really.
Yeah. And this morning, after yesterday, sort of the revelry in the streets, I talked to a neighbor, an 85-year-old neighbor, who said that the last time people were dancing in the streets in New York was when Nixon resigned. So the sort of, these moments don't come along very often. This all is related to publishing, by the way. It's just
Of
street
course,
scenes
yeah.
are essential.
Well, publishing follows reality, doesn't it? No, hang on, that's wrong. Does it?
Sure.
Publishing expands reality, but it also follows it. I don't know. We're not going to be publishing any books about Joe Biden, I don't think.
Well, we do have some books that he might be interested in, though. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Steve Bannon. I keep getting these guys mixed up.
Steve Bannon got banned, didn't he, for saying he was going to put his enemies' heads on a pike outside the White House.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of that, another thing that happened today was that I was brought into a subterranean library, which was the rehearsal space of a friend. They're musicians, but sort of in the entryway to their rehearsal space is a library of a lawyer and he had 6 different sections, and they were all sort of organized. It's like the Middle East is organized by there's a kind of like vague geographic categorizing. Then there's just a whole 2 shelves of and it was just labeled jihad. But what is this?
Wow, that's a lot. Did that have Cyclonopedia?
I didn't
or
see
Omnicide?
Well, no. I'm going to go. I've been given access to this library, so I can go and
great.
add to it, take away.
Has it got like one of those books where you pull it down and it swings around, and then there's a subterranean layer behind it?
The fragment,
like on Scooby-Doo.
For the intro, it's not. Robin, please. No, but I have to make dinner now, so.
Okay. Well, sorry to keep you.
No, I'm happy to keep talking, but
listen,
I'm afraid that it's been such a wonderful show that I don't want to, bring it down.
This is the most wonderful segment. Now, listen though, can we talk about what's coming next fall? No, that's too far in advance, isn't it? We're like literally living in the future right now. There's so much good stuff coming that no one can even suspect.
Well, the other teaser is that we are reprinting Intelligence and Spirit, but it's a revised edition. So there are some.
Yeah, I personally moved some commas in an equation like about 3 millimeters at least to the left. So.
Yeah. So in other words, if you own a copy of Intelligence and Spirit, you probably need the revised edition.
Straight in the trash.
Otherwise, you won't. You won't be able to unlock.
You know what?
Full breadth of Rez's work.
Do you have an AGI Lego set? Because that's really helpful. I found that was the most helpful thing in understanding Intelligence and Spirit was the huge Lego map, which gives you a guide to the whole book with page numbers. Not many people realise that, but that was actually very helpful to me. I'm not even joking. It's a visual aid.
It's a helpful tool. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's a challenge. It's fun for the whole family.
Yeah.
And I believe there are still editions left that can be bought on the Urbanomic website.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
That's true. There's still a few sets left. Yeah. I mean and they're all made with vintage Lego. So they probably will appreciate in value over time, I would imagine. Yeah. So
what other additions do you have on the t-shirts?
Oh, yeah.
The t-shirts make the books, folks. The t-shirts make the books.
I didn't even. I meant to talk about this because I spent last week in hell updating the website. So now it's got a proper shop that actually works. And there's all sorts of good stuff on there. There's Diane Bauer's Accelerate print edition. there are signed copies of China Mayville's, a print of China Mayville's brilliant drawing of a Sculptopus are available. There's the Lego box, and of course the Plague Pod t-shirts, which everyone should be wearing.
Urbanomic concept
yeah,
wear.
Good stuff.
I highly recommend.
Yeah. What happens when you don your Urbanomic concept wear and walk out into the streets of New York? What kind of response do you get?
I'm glad you asked me. I was wearing one of my t-shirts the other day, and I walked into a coffee shop, and a woman behind me fainted.
Just from looking at your t-shirt?
Yeah, I turned around, she saw the t-shirt, and she dropped.
Maybe is that what happened with the guy on the bike? Maybe he caught sight of the fluorescent pink of your Plague Pod t-shirt and just went straight into
you're assuming I'm wearing concept wear right now, and I am in a certain respect, but it's not Urbanomic concept wear.
Okay. Well, I think it's probably time we said goodbye now then. That's how it's going to be. Do you want to choose a song? You can choose. You can't actually choose a song, but you can choose from between the songs which are already here.
Sure.
Okay, so you can choose a rock song. You can choose a love song. You could choose a goth song. Or Andy Warhol's favourite song. Those are the categories of songs available. So that's rock. So just to recap, that's rock, a love song, Andy Warhol's favourite song, or the other one, which I forgot.
Which is my choice.
So it's either rock. It's goth. It's rock, goth. Let me just recap that for you one more time. So that's rock, goth, love song, or Andy Warhol's favourite song.
Yeah, there's
it's your choice,
contest
Catherine.
here. Goth. Although
are you
that's
sure?
Not really a goth. That's not a genre.
Goth is not a genre. It's what is it? It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. All right. Nice knowing you.
Yeah. Thank you for
all
finally.
All my love to AI.
Thanks for dragging yourself out of the bar finally to talk to us. Now
only
we can
for
go
you.
to bed. All right. What are you making for dinner?
That's top secret.
Okay.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye. Are you coming over tomorrow? Cool. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Fields of the Nephilim, Moonchild, by special request of Catherine Pickard. It's her favourite song. I don't know why they put this bit on the end, it's terrible. This is just goth noodling now. Okay, well, since we're now going goth, by popular request of me, I'm going to play this one as well. Just for some nostalgia for the old Plague Pod.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous, I'm falling. There's no escape, I can't wait. I need a hit, baby, give me it. You're dangerous, I'm loving it. Too high, can't come down. It's getting late to give you up. I took a sip from my devil's cup. Slowly, it's taking over me. Too high, can't come down. See the lights all around. Can you feel it now? With the taste of the lips, I'm on the rain. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Don't you know that you're toxic?
That's DJ Huisman's remix of Toxic. Back in the Plague Pod days, yeah. Let's hear some more from our friend Thomas Moynihan before we play out into sleep and say goodbye.
Yes, they had oracles, but even they tended to paint a picture of a future whose possibilities were comfortingly similar to the present. Skip forward around 2 millennia, and things are finally starting to heat up. Material conditions are beginning to change drastically enough that this change is noticeable within the space of a single lifespan. It is an age of revolutions, and history is very much on the move. Kings are overthrown, industrialization is revving up, communication and transportation are accelerating. Indeed, there are reports that time itself is speeding up. July 1793, the Marquis de Condorcet goes into hiding in Paris because of threats against his person. The French Revolution is reaching its bloody sectarian peak in the guillotine-fueled massacres of the Reign of Terror. But even in spite of the chaos, Condorcet uses his time to pen the ultimate statement of Enlightenment optimism. Entitled Sketch for a Historical Picture of the Progress of the Human Mind, this tract is an utterly remarkable document, the ultimate expression of hope for a future that leaves behind the errors of the past. It traces a grand cumulative account of how humanity has improved its material conditions over the ages, and on its basis boldly imagines where this historical trajectory might be taking us. Where Aristotle's theory had implied that inquiry is merely a question of rediscovering forgotten knowledge of the past, such that nothing genuinely new will ever be invented, Condorcet is confident that a great deal more remains to be discovered, and that humanity's future will look very different from its past. And perhaps we can grasp just an outline of how it will be different. Perhaps we can forecast future history just as we can forecast events in the present. Condorcet wrote, "If man can predict those appearances of which he understands the laws, if even when the laws are unknown to him, experience or the past enables him to see, with a considerable probability, future appearances, why should we suppose it a chimerical undertaking to delineate with some degree of truth the picture of the future destiny of mankind from the results of history?" Note that Condorcet is suggesting we extrapolate from what is past, rather than assuming that future possibilities are limited to what has happened in the past. It is with this methodology in mind that Condorcet enters into speculations concerning the furthest reaches of the ocean of futurity, attempting to forecast the future trajectory of our civilization. This type of enterprise was essential to grasping X-risk and extinction. Condorcet's own prediction was hopeful, however. Inferring from current trends, he thought that Homo sapiens would eventually eradicate all the afflictions currently facing it, from disease to aging, and utterly ameliorate and secure its existence in the world. And yet, implicitly, such hope came hand in hand with appreciation of the severe risks facing civilization. If the material conditions of human existence can be radically improved, then it is at least possible that they could be entirely removed. Both possibilities flow, of course, from coming to appreciate the contingency of the present. Today's historians tend to agree that it was during the period when Condorcet was writing, between the late 1700s and early 1800s, that people really started noticing material changes and developed a strong sense of historical motion and epochal change, a sense that the future will be very different from the past. As American historian Robert Heilbroner writes, "In the first stratified societies, dynastic dreams were dreamt and visions of triumph or ruin entertained, but there is no mention in the papyri and cuneiform tablets on which these hopes and fears were recorded that they envisaged, in the slightest degree, changes in the material conditions of the great masses. It took until roughly the late Enlightenment, concurs Reinhard Koselleck, for notions of past and future to become differentiated enough that people could begin to grasp something like historical time. This, Koselleck writes, came through a separation between the space of experience and the horizon of expectation. What we have previously experienced does not limit what might be around the corner. Not only previously unheard of material improvements, but also unprecedented material threats. Disassociated from the past and the present, the future became open and unwritten, an object of both hope and anxiety."
thanks for listening. We'll be back again next time. Got a month of lockdown to survive together.